Anyway, your feet land on an open plain, much colder. It is basic. It's above freezing, but it's not that much above freezing. It's super windy. It probably adds another 10 degrees of chill, just the wind coming across this plain and swirling into this mountain and forest area. You're kind of stuck in this maelstrom of just, whatever. What do you guys do?
Rika takes her jacket off, puts it in her backpack.
He just said it was cold and you took your jacket off?
She has a special ring that makes her...
Oh, that's right.
I mean, we start traversing south. Right?
How do you do so? Just walking?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have nothing to offer in that front, so...
I mean, I'll will fly to keep an eye out above, from up high, but there's too many people for us to fly on my back.
Even if you offered, Talia would have probably declined. She's, after the last time, she's like, and especially that being something that occurred around here, she's like, I don't want that to happen again. So she's cautious.
This is about 400 miles. How far you guys need to go in 5 days? Walking is not going to get you there in time. And you don't even have 5 days. You have 4 days.
We'll go faster starting tomorrow.
3.5. If you guys are just walking across this plain, you do not make it particularly far. How far does a party move? I looked up how far a war moved.
Yeah, the bigger the party, the slower it moves.
Yeah, they only move 8 to 13 miles per day. Like a full
it's
army.
Fucking slow as shit, yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, even a horse in itself goes, I think, maybe 100 in a day, like a well-trained horse.
Yeah, that's solid. I just can't believe it slows down that much. You can't, it's just an organizational issue that slows you down that much. Anyway, how far can a normal person walk in a day? Party of 5.
24 miles.
Yeah, and they can go with 36 if they push it and you get a little bit of exhaustion doing that. I think, if I recall.
I don't know. Do you guys want to do that?
I don't think we need to, right? We have 5 days to get...
No, you have 3
4
and a half days.
Oh, okay.
Was it? I already used my 6th level spell slot for the day. But starting tomorrow, we can wind walk, which lasts for 8 hours, and we travel 300 feet per round.
So how fast do you traverse 400 miles? 400 miles, yeah.
All right, give me a second. Math time. It's going almost 40 miles an hour.
That's 180,000.
That many feet per hour.
So then I have to divide this by miles. God, I hate math so much. I just hate it. With a burning fucking loins.
It's 34 miles an hour.
Thank you, Jeremy. 34 miles an hour, 10-hour day, 340 miles.
Well, 8 hours is the duration of that spell.
You're gonna make it way in time. Okay.
Yeah.
It's 272 miles per day. Per wind walk day.
Okay.
Which
so
is more than we can get there in a day.
Yeah, you have to wait till the following day to use it. So you will have to do this first day of hiking, but yeah, it's not that much of an issue where you end up. And you guys are sitting around doing this math in the evening, I guess.
We probably wouldn't be pushing hard today, knowing that we're going to do that, but we'll still just make decent time. just take note of the surroundings and
Right.
try to get to know our accompaniment.
Just get to a nice camping spot and stop there for the day.
There's a good spot right inside the cleft of the last hill where it blocks the wind coming over kind of nicely, and the back of the hill is straight down, so the wind's not coming down over you again. It's a pretty good place to stop for the day. You have noticed dragon shapes way off in the distance. Tiny blips up in the sky at this distance.
I will pull out my spyglass and attempt to get a better view of them.
We can also take the dash action, guys.
I just sprint the entire day. That's great.
Yeah, it says the only action a character can take in this form is the dash action.
Oh, you mean wind walk? I thought you meant when we were walking.
No. We've now unlocked fast traveling.
So you get through this first night, okay. You take off the second morning. Baishra casts Windwalk, and all of you become sentient green wind mist. You fly speeds none of you have seen before over the plains. And you, get there in like half a day? Is that correct?
A little over, yeah.
So as you're getting closer, do you guys do anything as you get closer? You can see that there are dragons circling this area that you're headed to. They are metallics. There's also some other ones that you might recognize, or Esoteric would probably recognize, but he can't tell you in wind form. So you guys are just flying in.
That would take you 2 casts of that, by the way, Zach.
Okay, so you guys are flying in. You guys see a mountain in the middle of what is a larger valley between higher mountains on the side. But right at the center of this valley, there's an uprising of rock about a mile long. So this is mountainous in itself, but cliffed on all sides. It appears to be bone or ivory has been placed over the top of it. Very obviously geometric or shaped. As you're flying over the white rock platform, there's pentagon on one side. It kind of comes down straight, rectangle towards the end, and then a circle on the other side. This is as you're looking down on it from above. You could see people moving around. There are dragons everywhere above you. There's only 2 dragons down on this particular mountain that you're headed to. There's a gold and there is a copper. But nothing has taken any notice of you because you're in mist form. So you guys are just hovering above this apparent meeting place of the Council of Dragons.
Is there any obvious spot that we could land and transform back that would be an appropriate, entryway that we aren't abruptly intruding upon so that we could greet them properly and ask for admittance?
Or, hear me out, we can return to normal form above the meeting place. We'll descend slowly for a minute. And we can make our entrance to the dead center of everyone.
Again, there's only 2 dragons on the ground.
We'll land between them. It'll be cool.
Oh, you guys... No, you guys can't talk while you're in this form.
No. Let's have to revert back in our human forms and descend slowly.
Well, that's why I was saying, do I see anywhere like that? Because this is what Talia's thinking. She's not thinking about making cool entries. She just wanted to know if there was an appropriate place we can land.
You can revert back to your normal form whenever you want.
Yeah, you just can't talk while you're in that form.
Yeah.
How do each of you decide to get down, I guess? Since you can't talk this out, you would all kind of do your own thing, I think.
Right. So, Talia would, as she said, look for a place that would be appropriate to land, that would be unobtrusive and present a proper way to ask for entry. Because while she's all about sneaking into places, a conclave of good dragons that could all decide that an intruder needs to be roasted is not one of them, is in her mind. So she's going to try to be forthright and upfront about this.
So the two dragons on the far end, you would probably come down as far away as you could get from them. That seems like the safest place on this platform. There's not really a way to get up, which is kind of the point. It's cliffed on all sides. So yeah, your best bet is just showing up over on the other side away from the dragons.
Then I'll do that so that I can walk to approach them, give them the opportunity to notice me. Although I am going to wait for others to descend as well. I'm not just going to walk up there by myself.
Yeah, what's everybody else doing?
Where the dragons are located, I would go to the side of whatever the cliff face plateau they're on, clearly in view of them, but at a considerable distance. Then I would land and drop the mist form.
Unless we discussed prior, Baisha's probably going to land right near them.
Yeah, Rico would land near them.
This is the sound you're hearing from a number of monks.
If there are monks here,
There are
yeah,
humans. Yes, there are
everyone's
monks.
watching.
There are monks around. So there's singing like that going on around you. Monks looking off the edge of this cliff and singing out into the air. These huge, this gold is, as you get down near it, Baishra and Rika, this gold is just so massive that you have trouble comprehending how old this dragon must be. It must be maybe hundreds of thousands of years old. He sees you two come out close to him. He gives a big huff of his nostrils. And he said, Who goes there? His voice booming out.
I'll cast Thaumaturgy on myself to, I'm not gonna do the full volume of it, just to extend, heighten my voice enough to be heard easily. So, we are a diplomatic party sent from the Lord's Alliance in Waterdeep to in treaty with the metallic dragons.
All right then. Talk to the monks. They will find you a place to stay. We are not in council for just over 2 nights.
Thank you for your hospitality. And then I
Yeah.
will
He
turn
goes
to
back
try to find a monk who's not busy singing.
Sure. Yeah, you find a guy named Malik, and he just seems to be in a good mood. And he's like, "Yeah, of course I can find you some rooms. You're here for the council, I guess."
Yeah, the Lord's Alliance sent us to try to.
Oh, what a time to be alive. It's incredible.
The world isn't in danger. I don't know if I'd be so chipper about it.
Wait, the world's in danger?
I guess you don't know everything that's going on. All right, well, I'm sure you'll find out more at the meeting.
What sort of danger?
Well, have you heard of the Cult of Dragons?
Yeah, of course. Mainly there just to make the metallics more majestic.
Well, no, I mean, maybe there's a mix-up here. There's a Cult of Dragons specifically that worships the chromatic dragons.
Oh, I know. Tiamat.
Yeah.
Yeah, their only existence is in response to the metallics.
Right. Well, they are seeking to, resurrect Tiamat, and they are making headway on that front.
Okay. If that's all the issue, then we're fine.
Oh, I mean, I'm glad someone's so optimistic.
How could you not be? There's hundreds of dragons above us. They will solve this problem. They've solved it before. But he leads you down. It's through a series of mines. You see lots of other monks. Some of them singing, some of them just living, just hanging out on cots or reading. But he leads you down into your own little alcove. He gets you guys set up. Oh, he actually sets the males in a different part of the building than the females. So Baishra and Esoteric, you're with the two boys.
Okay.
And he takes Rika and Talia off.
So is this like a monastery in the mountains kind of thing, or like
It's
carved from out of the cave, or what?
It does seem like
Also,
temple-ish in the amount of detail they've done to parts of it.
So are the buildings dragon-sized or humanoid-sized?
These are humanoid size. These are way humanoid size. It's a little bit claustrophobic in these tunnels.
And do we see anyone who is humanoid but doesn't look like they're a monk?
No.
Okay.
And they set you in, again, these kind of claustrophobic cots where it's just like a hole cut in the wall. It probably feels like you're sleeping in a cupboard. It's not luxurious, I guess I'm saying. But the two boys fight over who gets the top bunk and, jump in, and they seem all right.
In being led to our rooms, do we see other monks going about their business that aren't singing? Are there like some doing chores or are and I guess the other question is, are these like martial monks or like clerical monks?
Exactly about that. Yeah.
I'm trying to think if you would see really any evidence of that. They're not necessarily one or the other, so it's not real clear.
Well, it's more of a matter of, I'm not expecting them necessarily to be, going through kata drills like in a large group or anything to make it super obvious, but like just by the way they move, like you can kind of tell.
Right. Yes, you could tell, like all monks, they take their bodies seriously. Yeah, they probably do something like that.
Okay.
But Malink shows you in, passes you to Nadia, and she gets you set up on the women's side. She asks again where you guys are coming from.
Yeah, I mean, Rika will, unless Talia starts to.
No, Talia will let Rika do the talking, knowing that she is more personable and not wanting to screw anything up, and knowing that she can be off-putting to people. So.
Sure. And she says, feel free to come up and dance with us tonight. We celebrate every night of the event. And you guys got there. It only took you half a day or so. I mean, all the way from that other spot. You were arriving
It would be afternoon of
a
the
day and a half before it's going to
That's
start.
not right.
So you'll have 2 nights of being here. Malik on the other side, he as well says, mentions that they will be up there singing, dancing, general liveliness during the night.
Will there be alcohol served?
Nadia kind of thinks about it.
Perhaps some other substances?
We could probably find you something if you
Okay,
like.
so they have Windwalkers and Mistweavers, but not Brewmasters. Got it.
No brewmasters. Yeah, she says we generally don't drink here, but we knew that there was going to be company, so I think we probably have some somewhere, and I'll track it down for you. Everybody just seems to be in a chipper mood. It's nice.
Their positivity is grating on Talia, but she doesn't make mention of it.
Well, Yeshua, the other of the boys, he reports back after you guys arrive. He lets you guys know he's doing it. Do you listen to him as he's making these messages back to Waterdeep? Does either Baisha or Esoteric go out of their way to listen to him make
No.
these?
Yeah.
He also, Malik shows you to kind of a common eating area, even deeper down this shaft where the 2 sides come together. There's a wide open space, and then there's a living area with different furniture, but it's all wooden made. Doesn't look cushiony. And then there's a few tables towards the other end with what looks like a hot pot of stew on. But yeah, he says this is mostly where we stay at. Nadia would eventually get around to showing you the communal area as well.
I thank her politely. And I enjoy the stew. I will help myself to some or ask to be served some, whichever is the appropriate thing being done here.
Yeah, seems like just serve yourself. The evening passes if nobody has anything particularly that they want to do.
I don't think so. I don't want to go snooping areas I shouldn't and
Yes,
embitter. Well, okay, I want to, but I don't want to embitter relations or chance embittering relations. So I don't do so, even though I want to.
I asked one of the monks if it's okay if Talia can sneak around and sneak through their belongings.
Nadia just wonders if you are serious or crazy and smiles at you.
Does she wonder that aloud or in her head?
In her head.
Oh, that's a shame.
You can see it on her face, though.
Oh, then I will say, yes, she's crazy.
Oh, okay.
I will ask at that point if there was a exercise that I could take advantage of in the morning.
Sure. We will be doing our morning hikes if you want to come along for that.
That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
It's amazing to be alive in the time that we're going to have a council. It's the odds. How could you... She just sort of loses herself in her head. But
How many dragons are coming?
There will be 5 on the council, as far as I know. There should be hundreds. The vast majority of metallics and scions of metallics will be showing up in the next few weeks, or they should be.
All right. Well, then with hundreds of dragons, we should be able to save the world, right, Talia?
One would hope.
How exciting.
Malik points over at them and gestures to Esoteric. See? Told you. He's worried about Tiamat, Malik says to Nadia. And Nadia laughs.
I mean, as I said yesterday, I'm glad you're so optimistic, but I don't think it's wise to be so flippant about it.
A few days of flippancy will be nice.
Doesn't like Tiamat have like a enemy, like Baphomet or something?
Bahamut? Yes, the Platinum Dragon. Malik says to him. The presenter of light and feared awe. The presence of right and the essence of weeping. The first reflection through which all else lenses. Paladine and Baphomet, the beginning and the end.
Is it Platinum Dragon? You're just making this up.
How do you not know of the Platinum Dragon?
Is there an Electrum Dragon?
There will be, yeah.
You mean there will be? Talia had laughed out loud, and now she's like really confused.
This is the meeting of all metallic and metallic scions. There will be Electrums here, yes.
Talia just didn't know Electrum Dragons existed. So.
I have never met one before. I'm excited.
That just begs so many other questions.
But you guys saw the 2 up there, right? You guys saw Protanther and Tasmikella? Protanther and Tasmikella the Copper?
I mean, we saw 2 dragons up there as we approached. Yes,
Those are two of the oldest, and they will be part of the council. So you guys are going to be dealing with them. I think, if they let you stay. I don't really... Nobody's sure of all the rules about the Dragon Council, except for the dragons. So...
Are there a lot of rules?
Take this with a grain of salt. Take anything we say with a grain of salt. It's been passed down for 1,600 years. It may be a little bit off. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there a lot of rules? And what happens if I break one of them?
There are a lot of rules yet. Depends on the seriousness. No, but I doubt they will expect you to know them. They're not your...
Okay, I have a very important question. Which metal dragon is the most fun?
I've met a bronze, and I've met the gold and the copper, and that's all I've ever met. That's all I've ever been introduced to. So I don't know who's coolest. I would probably say, I mean, out of all the metallics, is that what you were asking? Gold.
Yeah.
Out of all those 3 that I've met, I would say Protanther's impressive.
They're They're the most. No, they're the most fun, not the most cool.
Oh, most fun. Taz, the she's she's not fun at all. No fun whatsoever. And I guess I would have to say bronze, but that's only because I mean, he's probably more fun than either of those two you saw. The gold is super old, and I think the copper is too, but it's hard to tell with dragons with age, you know?
What do dragons smell like?
I suppose you will find out soon.
I hope they smell nice.
You've already been in close proximity with several dragons, Rika.
But not metallic
what
ones.
colors? They both, their ears pop up when they hear that.
White? That was one, right?
Yeah, we killed a white.
And what were the other? Like another stone. That's not really color.
Yeah, we defeated that one. He was ancient.
Yeah, they ask for all sorts of details. You guys indulge them?
Sure.
Yep.
This can only build positive relations, so sure. Yeah.
Seems like they are just interested in anything dragon related, and they have never heard of a stone before you tell them about it. They want to go back and hear the fight with the white, and then they ask Baishra to transform into his snake form because you were explaining how he held down the dragon.
Butcher does not transform into his snake form.
Do you do anything?
Nah. Like nom on a finger every now and then. That's about it.
They do not make an issue of it. Yeah, they see you gnawing on a finger, and they're like, never mind. You guys finish the story for them. Yeah. Well, if you guys would like to come up, we will be enjoying the lights tonight.
What lights?
You will see. And they start heading upstairs, up towards the top. There are a number of people out here with gongs, different types of cymbals, making just like a constant thrum of noise.
You know what makes things a lot less fun, Talia? Is when it's scheduled fun.
Rika. I don't know why you're so surprised. These are clearly monks. Did you ever know Kieran to have any fun that wasn't scheduled?
He looks down. Thanks. No. I mean, not unless it was inflicted upon him. It's like background.
That's kind of the sound that they are making. Just constant thrum. You see them also doing kata, what look like pretty basic kata exercises to this music out on this bone platform.
I will take
There's
the movements and make notes in my journal about them.
Yeah, they do have slight variations from the ones Kieran taught you. But they are also amazing. Considering you're halfway around the world, it's amazingly similar to what you already know. And you start seeing the lights that she's talking about. You all start seeing these lights, huge. First, a gold, looks like an adult gold, but sends flames of gold across the air in a cone pattern. Another one looks almost see-through, but it flits in, batting its wings more like a hummingbird than like a dragon, just really fast for being so huge. And he breathes out this liquid that hangs in midair and then runs down the sky as if it's running on a cloth. And you can see through it. It's just sparkling slowly against the sky. You see purple blasts of fire. You see green blasts of fire. And people are watching. There's still people doing that throat singing thing around. Overall, it's just good vibes. Nadia pulls Rika in to do some of the kata with her. And it's somewhere in between a kata and then just free-form dance.
I guess Rika would probably try to join in and see if it was fun. To kind of mimic what they were doing.
Yeah, and there's also, they're lighting incense, huge plumes of it. Since you're out in the open, they have to do these huge plumes for it to even give any smell before the smell just dissipates into air.
Rika pulls Talia into this drum circle.
I will practice along with them.
The longer you guys stay out there, the both more breath weapons you can see in the sky and more of a variety of breath weapons. Seems almost every color. As the night gets deeper and deeper black, the stars come out with it. It appears that the dragons are doing it in some way for the humans, because it seems like their breath is going along with the constellations. So it's only because we're watching we can see that difference, and it seems like the dragons can tell that, although it's hard to imagine how. How late do you guys stay up? Both Yeshua and Rhyme, they both retire fairly quickly. They get a stink bomb kind of go off next to them, and it's a beautiful lavender scent, but just because it happened right next to them, it was unbearable, and they both are coughing and just leave early. But how long are you guys staying out?
I don't know, until I get tired. Guess we got up pretty early, so I guess it would be a decent hour.
Well, we don't really have anything planned specifically for tomorrow, so I'll stay up as late as they're going, within reason.
The
Same.
Yeah, the party goes more or less all night, and it never stops. All that happens is it dies down into people doing their own songs rather than such a coordinated event.
Oh, no, okay, that's when Rika goes to bed.
Yeah, still, that's pretty late. That's like 2, 3 a.m. A couple hours till sunrise.
I think Rika will start picking up on the vibe and kind of just pull Talia away. Like once it kind of reaches apex, like she'd stop partying and then get bored, and yeah, that makes sense. She'd probably be in bed by 2.
They do find you some drink. They find you some wine, elf wine, if you would like to have partaken in that.
Yeah, okay, she's out by 12:30 then.
That's how you limit your nights, Asrika.
She just drinks till she goes to sleep.
Sounds healthy. So she's snoring loudly already by the time Nadia comes back in, and she gets in her own little bunk in the room. There's multiple rooms together. It's just open. There's no privacy here, basically. But she wanders in at some point and makes mention to Talia about she needs to quiet down her friend, and then goes to sleep herself. Yeah, the following day is rises. If any of you go up to the top, you can see there are no dragons sitting where they sat before, just monks. And it's just a restful day before the council. Do you guys do anything in particular?
How long are they gonna make us wait today? Do we know it? When anything's gonna start?
Doesn't start till tomorrow.
Yep, I have nothing planned. Rika reads a book.
I should just gonna hang out and wait.
Talia might practice some of the move modifications that the monks were performing and seeing how they compare and weighing the pros and cons and just doing,
They take a special interest in you being interested in this, in these little variations, and they take the time out, as much time as you'd like, to go over it with you. And
Rika
they also
asks.
do it the
Sorry.
other way around. Well, they want to know what your guys' cut is.
Rika asks Esoteric if she walks up to you and you're just kind of, I guess, lounging around or something. And she asks Beisher, is there any way you could help me locate my sister? She went off and kind of got lost, I think. Not Talia, a different sister.
Not special what?
Do you have any magic that could help find my sister who ran away from home?
Maybe. Probably should just say yes. I have scrying. Do you have anything that belong to the middle?
Yeah. What was your question?
It's about because Baisha, I don't think he knows how to say that in common. But I'm gonna get Esther to translate of I need something that of them or something that belongs to them to make it more effective.
Rika reaches into her bag and pulls out a letter. The letter she was supposed to deliver. Talia, yeah, I have this. Kidding. I'm kidding.
And it's consumed by the spell.
Talia might actually murder you if that's the case. You just had it in your bag the whole time. You're like, oh, I found it. There it is.
A bag of holding, too. All she had to do was think of it, and she would have it.
No, I didn't. I don't have anything of hers on me. Talia might. I'll go ask her.
You head up through these very confining stairways up to the top, where she is going over moves with Nadia. They're taking down each other's notation about each other's moves.
If you ask her, Talia will kind of stammer and blush a little bit and turn the other direction and go, well, why do you ask that?
Oh, I was asking Baishra and Esoteric if they could help me find her.
And how does that relate to her possessions? I don't understand.
I don't know. I guess it's a magic thing. Maybe it's just the price that they want something of hers. I don't know. I didn't ask.
Claire, that's rather important. I want to just give her things away. I don't know if I have her to begin with, but did you not get any more detailed information than that? You know what? I'll just come ask myself.
Yeah, Rika's just kind of looking off to the side, like animated GIF.
So Talia's going with Rika down to Baishra.
Or just leaving her behind, one or the other. But yeah, Talia is going to go to the source and ask her clarifying questions, since Rika didn't bother to ask them.
Okay. So you're asking Baishra what?
Like, why does he need an item of hers? And basically the stuff that the spell would say that, it's consumed in the item, trying to get those things out of, because like she doesn't know, why is this needed, like what are you actually doing, and trying to get an understanding of what it is they're actually going to be doing, and how and why, and that kind of thing, so that she can understand what the result will be, like what she might be giving up, so that she can make an informed decision about
How much does Baishra explain himself?
He's gonna get Esoteric to help translate.
Okay.
Because Dryshra's first language is Draconic, so you can explain that to Esoteric.
I'm just wondering if he actually does explain himself, or if he just is like, nah, you don't need to know more than I told you.
Oh. I mean, he doesn't withhold information.
Okay.
That he deems
So yeah,
is
anything
necessary.
you specifically ask, he can get across to you, either himself or through Esoteric, right?
Yeah, I do need Esoteric here to help complete the spell, though. I need a font of holy water. How much holy water can you make a day, Esoteric?
What spell is that?
I don't know. I'm doing it for
Ceremony.
Yeah, it's the ceremony spell.
What level is that?
It's first level, I think.
Oh, that's why I don't have it. I was very undiligent about adding first level spells.
It's a ritual.
It requires
One
dust.
vial of water, and cause it to become holy water. That's not even close to enough to do that spell.
It needs silver dust, I believe. Worth 10 gold.
25 gold pieces worth of powdered silver. Which the spell
Ooh.
consumes, and then also, yeah, you can only do one vial. This spell says a font, and that's not a real specific amount, but it's considerably more than a vial.
Yeah, it's a fountain, basically.
That takes a little bit.
Just use one of the silver dragons as a mirror.
It's a first level spell, so how many spell slots do you have, Esoteric?
Well, it's a ritual, so he wouldn't have to necessarily burn a spell slot. He just had to burn a whole fucking lot of time.
Oh.
With an hour to cast that spell.
You would need to spend, like... It's not going to happen today, but you could probably take some time today and tomorrow to make that much holy water. Maybe have it ready by then. You'll see how much the spell requires.
And it's not something we have to do right now. Just the mere possibility of it is heartening to Talia, and she will say, I do have a lock of her hair and a picture. So between those two, that would serve to provide, some of the foci that you would need.
Could have been a wizard, Rika says. Then I could have made us a mirror. All those times they begged me to join the Blackstaff Tower, and I turned them down.
See the connection save modifier things? It doesn't say it consumes them. At least that I can see.
Wait, what are you talking about?
I was looking at scrying, trying to figure out.
But do you have anything of hers? I guess would be
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying.
next question I have.
There's a couple of modifiers it lists that I would probably have. A lightning stir picture, which if I didn't have one, I could draw.
Yeah.
And then the
Definitely.
lock for hair, I do have because
You
Got it.
carry around a lock of her hair?
shut up, don't judge me.
I think it's cute. It's going to take a few days to get to that point. That's if Esoteric agrees to make you holy water whenever he can.
Yeah, like I said, it's not something that needs to happen now. This is not a priority in terms of expending our resources for this at the moment. I think Rika was
Right.
just curious about the possibility, and now she's got Talia's hopes up that this is something that they can do because she
Yeah,
needed
you have all
possibility.
of the pieces of it. You just need to put them together.
So this is just more hopeful, forward-looking planning more than anything. I don't think we need to have Esoteric spend all of his time doing that for this. I mean, at worst case, once we have time to actually do this, I could go spend 1,000 gold on a crystal ball and not have him have to do that because I have money.
Yeah, I mean, we can also get back to Waterdeep in 10 minutes. So,
Oh, let's just go and leave and come back.
I mean, we can. Now that we've been here, I know where the trees are at.
There are trees down in the valley below. Yeah.
James is like, fuck this goddamn spell.
Right, like it ends up. I mean, yeah, it ends up being more efficient than, the wizard bullet thing below teleport because you don't need. It doesn't need to be a fixed location necessarily. I mean, it is technically a fixed location, but it's way more flexible.
Yeah.
Well, and you don't have to get permission to teleportation circles and shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, I happen to know there's a tree there. I'm going to go.
Yeah. Which, as someone who plays a lizard folk, it's a lot better. You can just kind of just do things. Don't do the whole ask for permission stuff. Just kind of go.
And that would start a whole nother quest, though, which I think is not what we need to be focusing on right now. As much as she would like that information, it's just going to be a distraction. So she's just like, it's going to be probably more problematic for her to find where she is and not be able to immediately go. So it's better to just know that the possibility is there right now.
Cool. If you guys end up coming back above, you would see at some point there's a bunch of monks. It looks like massaging a adult gold, or trying to. He just is lounging in the sun. But yeah, nothing much else happens that day. Malik finds you guys and tells you that council will be meeting at daybreak, and you're expected to be there before daybreak. Yeah. Okay, you wake up, you rise, and again, there's just dragons. Even more in the last day have come. And there's even a thicker kind of whirlwind emanating out from your current position. There are finally, back where you saw the gold and the copper the other night on the pentagram or pentagon shaped ivory platform, 5 dragons and a silver-haired woman. The largest, a gold named Protanther, sits across from you. at the head of this pentagon-shaped platform. Besides him, to the left, is the brass Eleuthera, his scales looking like they started brass, but someone has taken a scourging stone to them and revealed the green beneath. You would probably estimate him at 100 times your size. To the gold dragon's right is a bronze named Nymur. His wings look like they started bronze, but some godly hand tipped the edges with watercolor and let it run like on dry cloth. Again, at least 100 times your size. These two gargantuan dragons look small compared to the gold between them, leopards to a prime male lion. The green of their scales only emphasizes his pure gold. To your left is the silver-haired woman in a black robe, the silver dragon Otari Leocarnos, presumably in her human form. To your right, there's a copper dragon, Tasmikella, a deep red, almost blue, with white wearing across her joints and wings. She is about 3/4 the size of the brass and the bronze. You guys are coming up in the center. Everybody's pretty much been silent. The gold speaks up as you enter. And he says, "Who has sent you?"
We come from Waterdeep at behest of the Lord's Alliance.
He gives in these, takes these really deep breaths as he's looking you over. He says, "I say we vote to get rid of the humans." The other dragons look to him. Tasmikella speaks up at this point, gravelly voice, and she says, "You know they are allowed to speak for themselves." Protanther says, "Not if we all vote unanimously." Otari Leocarnos speaks, and she's not obviously as loud as any of the dragons, so she speaks into everyone's minds as well, and she says, "I have some interest in what the humans have to say." Protanther just looks kind of confused. He's like, "Oh, well, all right then. I guess we will, if you're sure." Otari nods. "Then you have the floor. Please mark down that we have given the humans time to speak." And you now notice a fifth dragon over near Protanther, much smaller, probably a tenth of his size. He's sitting back on his legs. He has a number of scrolls next to him, and he's holding one scroll up and writing with a long feathered quill. It seems like about the size of what you might have gotten off one of the crows you met in the Coldwood a few weeks ago, or a few days ago. He's sitting back. He seems fairly comfortable. He's like a cat sitting back awkwardly with their tail, and he's writing on a scroll. He looks like a cleric with two tight robes. And he's looking down his eyes at what he's writing as if he's looking through half-moon glasses. Protanther has given you the floor.
Okay. So yeah, kind of. I guess I'll use thaumaturgy to increase the volume of my voice, so it's easily heard. We come on behalf of the Lord's Alliance of Waterdeep to convene with the regal and austere metallic dragons and seek your aid in preventing the cult of the dragon from returning Tiamat to this plane and wreaking havoc and destruction. The group of us you see before you has already had numerous run-ins with the cult of the dragon and their workings, and
We have heard something some parts of your tale already.
Okay, then allow me to be brief, and then I'll give a brief recap of, everything we've encountered concerning the Cult of the Dragon.
Yeah, nobody bats an eye. They all wait quietly while you speak for probably, it takes 20 minutes to fully convey at least to really convey what you've been through.
And then, so I'll say, finish the recap of everything concerning Cult of the Dragon that we've done. And so we come seeking the Metallic Dragon's aid against their chromatic nemesis.
Well, there is no question of whether we will fight. But if you wish to have the dragon's aid in your battle, he looks around. We will take a vote in 5 days. I will give you time to speak to each of the members of the council individually, although I would warn you that I will not be swayed by any argument. So you'd be better to take your 5th night for someone else. Otari Leocarnos speaks up and says, I would be happy to take them tonight. I've been meaning to get in touch with them. She gives you guys a smile.
Rika gives her a goofy smile.
Talia regards her warily but not unkindly, and just kind of sticks close to Rika without saying much or anything.
She has a very lingering stare. She looks at every detail on you. You could see her looking over your body. She doesn't seem to have the same thing where we focus on people's faces. She's looking over your legs and working her way up. And Protanther says, yes, that's fine then. Let us have no more of this today. What comes next in the list of grievances? This bony kind of electrum that's upright holding a scroll. He says, the first matter is going through scrolls. Karakatatu versus Paramalsha. This guy he looks like, I described the other ones as leopards and lions. This guy would be like a weasel or a meerkat. Nah, maybe not meerkat. Bigger than that.
Corgi.
Sure, corgi sized. In comparison to them, he's still way bigger than you. And he's holding these scrolls that look as if they're human sized, but they're made for him, so they must be 10 feet wide and 50 feet long. This rather nerdy Electrum Dragon calls out this case of Karakatatu versus Parameltia, and they start discussing, let's see, apparently Karakatatu, he's been showing off in a neighbor's land. The neighbor is mad because he's taking many of his followers from the area. So Karakatatu comes down and gives his side of the story. He says he's just going through the area. He has to head through the area because his mate is on the other side, and there's nothing he can do if this other brass's followers are seeing him and wishing to worship him. There's nothing he can do about that. This goes on for another hour as they discuss. At least the morning is starting to pass. Starting to get warm on the rock, even though it's still early in the year, and you guys are high up, so I guess you guys are probably actually pretty cold. But the sunlight is welcome. Yeah, they keep going with this. Do you guys interject in their case at all?
I got a horse in the race.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to raise the ire of anyone. No.
So eventually they make their ruling. They all touch this central circle that goes around the Pentagon and make judgment. In this particular case, they end up saying that Karaka the 2 has to go around, but there's this whole list of rules about how Paramelsha will make his route. He must make it no longer than twice the distance that Karaka the 2 is already traveling across this mountain range. But he can make a new route for Karaka the 2. So they've discussed on this for hours, and they get to lunchtime. The monks bring out meat on metallic palanquins that they carry up 4 at a time in front of each dragon. You are all brought a thing of stew, like just a big cauldron and a few bowls. After lunch, they get into more dragon law. Is anybody bothering? I mean, it doesn't. Actually, the next case is about gold taken by the cult, and you guys are like, oh, shit, cult shit is going on, but it turns out to just like vaguely be about the cult. It's not really like something got stolen by the cult and then got taken by another dragon, metallic dragon. So now the original metallic is trying to get it back. And it really doesn't have anything to do with the cult. And they go on with that for a while. They spend the afternoon going into older and older grievances between dragons. Does anybody do anything as they are doing this? Or are you guys even staying?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
Talia would stay.
Rika yawns.
She tries to remain in the shadows, not hiding, but like trying to be unobtrusive, but just taking in as much as she can information-wise, because it could be useful somehow down the line, no matter how obscure. So she's...
Esoteric would definitely stay because I find this fascinating. But I do wonder, could I get any sense of whether or not, it would be considered insulting to leave early, or even if our continued presence is considered insulting?
No one except for the silver woman to your left has taken any notice of anything anybody's done. Monks have come and gone without any notice. They don't seem to be overly worried.
Oh, if Rika's yawning, I'll lean over to her and kind of say quietly to her, say, why don't you take this chance to leave, Rika?
She blushes a little when she notices, or whenever you notice her yawning, and kind of covers her mouth quickly and nods to you and kind of slowly starts walking out backwards.
You see, as you're leaving, Yeshua and Rhyme sitting about 100 yards away, and they're just trying to listen and not coming any closer. Yeah.
I walk over to them. I walk over to Rhyme and say, why are you guys back here?
Are we allowed to go up there?
Probably go hang out with Esoteric. At that point.
It's not Esoteric I'm worried about.
I mean, you're part of our retinue. She thinks for a second and she says the word to herself.
Yeah, Yeshua looks surprised that you came up with that word. Yeah, Rhyme. So, all right, well, if you say so. He starts...
I walk with them back.
They go slowly, or I guess if you're leading them confidently, they will come behind you.
Yeah. I walk right back up to Esoteric and kind of pat him on the arm and point to the other clerics and shrug, smile, and kind of slip away.
Rhyme says, Are we allowed to take notes to esoteric?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm gonna go get paper. And he like bear crawls away as if he's somehow eluding their notice. And then eventually gets up and runs.
Talia snorts derisively and just shakes her head.
Yeah, he returns with paper in a while, and he starts taking down notes. He apparently they both apparently find this as interesting as you do. Increasingly obscure dragon lore. They appear to be going backwards in time. In the first day, they get about 400 years. So by the end of the day, they're about 400 years back.
Like Rika gets kind of like out of the way, but she just kind of like finds a seat somewhere where she can still kind of like just watch the dragons because they're so big. She still wants to watch them.
It's a big open platform. You could sit on like one of the sides off at another part of this platform. The pentagon-shaped platform they are on is just one side of it, so you could be anywhere on the rest of it. Plus, you could probably hear them. They're extremely loud, except for Otari Leocarnos, who would stop projecting herself to you if you walked away. But yeah, you can see. Yeah, you could see probably 100 dragons, ranging between wormlings and ancients, just circling with your apparent position as their center point. The skies are completely clear today. There's not a cloud anywhere in sight.
Sorry,
Beautiful and
I have to
cold.
go.
Rika is chilling on the edge, dangling her feet over this long cliff. You all are listening to dragons speak of dragon law. Yeah, the day passes without much note unless somebody does something.
I attack the dragons. No.
Otari Leocarnos, before she leaves, she says, "Please have the monks show you to my chambers. Give me an hour or so." And
She wants to freshen up.
I guess. She takes off. She transforms into her silver dragon form. Again, ancient, probably 75 times your size-ish. And goes flapping across to an empty space in the rock wall across. The other dragons don't take any notice of you. They leave when they are done talking.
Dragons are very patient when they have conversations. I'm like, what is the point, and can we get to it?
I'll say to Rika, it sounds like, this was a council they were having regardless of the threat of the cult, so they probably have quite a bit of business to discuss beyond just that. So, we have no reason or standing upon which to ask them to do so. We'll just have to see to it that when they do complete their business, that they still address our concerns, which they had already said that they were going to. So you have patience, Rika. It's always been one of your faults.
I sat patiently for like an hour.
An hour, that's it. That's
It's
I don't
been
know.
like
I think I fell asleep.
it's been like 10 hours since this thing started. You guys are getting towards nighttime.
It was at least an hour.
Well, you heard him from the beginning, and it's a known quantity. It's going to be at least 5 days. You don't have to sit through all of the discussion if you don't wish.
I know. I just like looking at the dragons.
It's all right, Rika, because your important role is not that. It is you have to be our linchpin when it comes to trying to convince the dragons in our meetings. You gotta work your personable charm that you always have. That's where your strengths lie. If there's anyone who can win over and convince these crotchety old dragons that they should, deign to help us lesser mortal races, it's you.
Rika is just standing there with her mouth wide open, agape that you would say anything like this about her.
Yep. See that? You just bring that innocent charm in. Yeah. And just be, honest.
Talia will reach up and condescendingly pinch Rika's cheeks and be like, "Yeah, just be your normal, adorably doofy self."
Doofy? Who are you calling Doofy?
Of course, the important thing is you remain honest. Well, I mean, we're all gonna be there, but remain honest and try not to be too silly. Dragons only tolerate so much.
Talia will say, "I don't know. I think what's her name there? The silver one. She might even have a crush on you, Rika."
What makes you say that?
She stared at you awful hard there for a little while.
I thought she was staring at you.
Looking you up and down. Nah, I was just standing next to you. You misunderstood totally. Talia doesn't actually know which is the case or if either is even true, but she's just trying to convince Rika of that just to mess with her. To get in her head.
Insight. Rika just looks a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's not Rika's strong suit. So you think, yeah, she's totally being serious.
I guess I'm gonna have to let her down easy.
No, we could totally leverage that to get their help.
But Esoteric said to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I would guess that the best course is honesty with dragons, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, remember, we want these to be our allies. We're not trying to hoodwink them.
I wouldn't want to make something that big.
And metallic dragons are known for being, paragons of truth and justice for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, I could lie to them because, I think they should help us, but I don't think I don't think it'll work out in the long run.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting you lie. I was just suggesting you to Go
flirt
along
with
with
her.
go along with what she might ask of you. I don't know. Look at her.
What about her? She has pretty hair. But I'm like, not into that sort of thing. So
Yeshua and Rhyme come walking by. Rhyme is carrying all of the scrolls that they've filled up today, like 15 scrolls bundled up in his arm, and Yeshua is just walking by, smiles at Rika, and they take him down into. Well,
I give
where you
him
guys are
finger
staying.
guns. Did you take notes too, Esoteric?
Of course.
How about you, Talia? Did you draw dragons? Or paint dragons?
Did you?
Probably not.
You were just staying intent on the conversation.
Mostly, if I was distracted or wrote something down, it was because like I had a random thought about a potential answer to a
Specific thing.
specific thing that I was wondering about previously that had come to me. I was like I was trying to work something out, so I made note of it, or I could do this. Like half of it's probably related to her practicing for the styles, all things that she and Rika had been working on previously that maybe they were trying to mesh things together and they weren't working right. And it's like, jotting ideas down for that. Random things like that.
You have a huge amount of time during the day when they're talking and nobody's really paying attention to any of you. So yeah, you would make all sorts of notations.
Because I probably did a lot of brainstorming that I just ended up throwing away and didn't bother to write down. But if it was worth like keeping for the future or at least to revisit thought on, I would jot it down. But otherwise, I just pay attention to what they were saying. So,
Rhyme and Yeshua both pick up your crumpled pieces of paper and smooth them out and use the back of them. Okay, so yeah, you have sketches of the day, just random musings. And Esoteric has a pretty extensive bullet pointed manuscript on things that occurred during the day.
One of my primary notes is a bullet on like the bottom of one of the pages that says, "Note to self: take a drawing class, or a painting class." Just because like she wants to have done that. I don't want to look like crap. Something about it, but I need to learn in the future so I can like have nice artistic embellishments and stuff in my future works. If I want to. I'm gonna make survival guides and kind of instruction manuals and stuff. I was like, I want to be able to illustrate them, but I was like, I can't do that very well right now. So it's a future goal.
Gotcha. So yeah, do you guys do anything before going to dinner? I assume everybody's going to dinner, but I don't know that that's true. First, are you wearing just normal dress? Is anyone doing anything special?
I will wear my formal dress.
Sure, I'll
Right.
change clothes. Might as well. Won't take me 5 minutes to change because she doesn't put super amounts of time into herself, so she'll just change clothes quickly.
You guys had gotten similar outfits.
Mm-hmm.
Does Esoteric and Baishra, what do you wear? Are you?
Baishra's in a full three-piece suit. No, Baishra's wearing whatever the fuck he wears normally. He's probably
Yeah,
mostly nothing.
I don't really have special clothing. I just have I have like whatever cleric garb I normally wear under the breastplate that I have.
Baishra, you do have a black kimono that was gifted you.
I do have a black one of those gifts from him, but I've never worn it once.
So you're just wearing, you have leather pants on, like a thick belt.
Mostly just a thick belt, and that's probably about it.
No shirt.
Nah.
Few necklaces.
Are you wearing the necklaces Rika got you?
That's pretty shells and shark teeth.
Sure, yeah, I'll put on those necklaces. That's my dress up.
You do. You will. Considering how often you dress up, this is actually a significant improvement on your normal.
Still have all my normal shit on.
And esoteric is in cleric robes.
Yeah, I just need a very simple, not nothing flashy, because very humble cleric.
Do you take any like books or paperwork with you? Malik says he'll lead you all through to the caves, to the inside of the Silver's den. So I'm wondering if you would carry all of your stuff with you, or if you would leave it back where you were.
Rika is taking her sword and her bag of holding.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll have my short sword tucked away in the sleeves and folds of my formal kimono.
Yeah, I bring my backpack everywhere just because it's where I bring all my research materials, and I may need to reference them at any given moment.
That's a good point.
Can't just carry those in my arms. Too many.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah. So yeah, you just bring a whole pack along with you. I guess everybody just sets down their pack in the side of the room when they come in. Malik, you guys meet up with Malik in one of the lower caverns. Leads down. You guys go across this valley floor, which is trees, lots of the sounds of life, insects, deer. It seems packed. This one little section, and then you guys come to another cave in the mountain face across, and follow these caves for another 25 minutes before entering her chamber. It's about a football field wide, and maybe half backwards, deep into the rock. There's one large column of natural rock that stands about a third over to the left. And she is in her human form. She's sitting among a number of empty chairs, couches, and poofs that surround a knee-high wooden table with a silver tea set on it.
Rika is also in her human form, by the way.
Good to know. Atari Leocardos gestures you in. Welcome. Please sit. There's another silver-haired woman sitting next to her.
Is this like an actual like Eastern style tea ceremony type setup, or?
This is actually no. It's very Western. It appears.
Oh, okay, like British.
Right. Very small, dainty. The cups are
Silver.
blue, white, and red clay kind of mixed together, and they have gold rims on them. And the pot is very. Think the teapot from Beauty and the Beast.
Beauty and the Beast.
Right.
Mrs. Potts. Is her name?
Mrs. Potts. She welcomes you in. Please come sit.
That's Rika's acrobatics roll
everyone do so?
to act dainty. Yeah, Rika comes in and sits down with whatever polite etiquette that her father has taught her. Or Raina has taught her, I guess.
Another shorter, silver-haired girl sits next to her. She's wearing a plain tunic and loose, dirty white pants.
One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah, you said you come in and sit.
I wait to be invited to sit.
She invites you all in. Please come have a seat.
Rika pulls up a chair and does her best to sit with proper grace.
The younger of the two, well, there's Otari Leocarnos, and then the younger is just looking you over as Otari pours out.
I will say thank you for inviting us.
She nods but doesn't say anything. She pours out tea for everyone and then sets the teapot down with the spout towards her as she sits back down. She says, "Thank you for coming. This is my daughter. Ea ela Yosinio."
Now you're just fucking with that.
She goes by Joe, though. And the daughter is doing this, like, same thing her mother did. This really piercing glare. This time she's doing it at Esoteric, and it's the same sort of thing. She doesn't seem to look at his face for any sort of cues. She's looking at his body. She's inspecting every little piece, like his hands, the way they move. And she does this over each of you without any sort of shame or self-awareness.
My eyes are up here. I'm just kidding.
And you may call me Otari. I know that sometimes humans have a bit of trouble with the names.
Lady Otari?
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
It's very nice to meet you. My name is Rika. Rika Mikagami of Waterdeep. And then I go around the table and introduce everybody. And I smell the tea.
It is not something you recognize. I would say
I
it's
say, this tea
closer.
seems very exotic. What is it?
The tea was a gift, part of a gift from King Mao. After I had helped him save his kingdom, a succubus had taken him under her command and been basically running his kingdom for almost 20 years before I stepped in and was able to stop him. Stop her. Stop it. Really.
Succubus, how interesting.
They are messy creatures. They do not mind making a mess, do they?
I glance at Esoteric.
Actually, Otari does as well. She glances over. Sorry, did it... Well, no, you probably don't have anything to do with the succubi, do you?
No. I've definitely had dealings with them, but
I apologize.
not for a while.
Ricky just kind of like lingers her gaze on Esoteric. A little bit of curious interest and kind of takes a drink of her tea and
as well
puts
as
it back down
this,
at the table.
as well as this tea set was given in that same exchange.
What does the tea taste like? Is it good?
It's got, yeah, I mean, it's got an earthy taste of like jasmine where it's very much in the back of your throat and it's like an aftertaste. You can't really fully define it. You haven't had it before.
I don't know, Rika's allergic to jasmine. Kidding.
I know.
This is making me want some tea though.
You can see her gown is a bit much for the situation. It's a plum gown with She has changed out of her black robes. She is now in a plum gown with, as you're now close up and getting a second to look at it, it looks like little diamonds woven into the threading. Very intricate.
I will comment on her dress. Your dress is so beautiful.
Yeah, she tells you all a short story about a group of monks. An order of textile monks who spend 20 years on a single item. At least that long. Depends on their numbers at the time.
Ah, yes, the Versace monks. The Prada monks.
Clothing, the Prada monks. That's what it was. But she explains that they are worshippers of silvers, and they give to her things like this as a tithing. Her daughter has now moved closer to Talia, and she says, "What kind of metals can you eat?"
What? Wait, what? What kind of metals can I eat?
Yeah.
Are you a misting or a mistborn?
She looks confused.
No, I looked confused as well, and
Atari looks to her daughter and says, "Stop! I told you not to ask them questions like that."
No,
I'm sorry for her.
No,
She doesn't know much about humans.
I was just wondering if I was missing context. I have no problem answering a question.
I don't.
Making sure I didn't want to come forward
she
with
looks
an
up at you confused, and she's like, "I don't understand what I said wrong."
Just answer the question, Talia. It's not a weird question. Come on.
I mean, Jeremy and Talia would answer this differently because Jeremy would know about the fact that our normal foods have, iron and zinc and other things in them. Talia has no clue about any of that shit, so she is going, I don't eat any metals that I'm aware of.
Oh, wow. Well, okay.
Is it the metal in this tea?
Do you eat meat?
Yes, I love meat.
Oh, you do?
Meat's my favorite.
Okay. What? She starts asking you what you do with meat to prepare it. Asking for detailed explanations of how to prepare food. Do you indulge her in this?
Sure. I'm no culinary expert or a 5-star chef or by any means, but I know how to cook a meal.
Right. She's just wondering how to make it. She's wondering the basics, like how do I make meat for humans?
Yeah, that won't take 5 or 10 minutes to explain. So yeah, I'll indulge her in that.
During this time, Otari speaking to the rest of you. She brings up the Council of Waterdeep. She asks a few questions about who is the reigning, basically who you met at the Council of Waterdeep. Do you guys use any subterfuge in explaining this to her?
I think Rika would defer to esoteric on such details. You probably mentioned the Open Lord, I guess, Lord Neverember.
She says, yes, congratulate him on the birth of his son. For me, please. And she also knows Dellen Winterhound. She asks about her brother. She apparently knows the family.
Is that the druid?
Yeah. She seems a little bit peeved when you bring up the dwarven delegate, Braunenville.
And he was a bit of a blowhard.
Oh, yeah.
What? He was.
The daughter laughs.
I mean, look, she obviously knows that already. I'm not telling her anything she's not already aware of.
Otari says, blowhard is the kindest I could say of him.
See?
At least you have eyes to see.
Well, I suppose. What have you heard of our exploits against the Cult of the Dragon before we arrived?
I heard. I'm not even sure if this is. I've only heard it from one source. Did you go to Menzo Berenson? And she says
Wow.
this with a smile on her face.
News travels fast.
Shit, you heard about that? That means we didn't kill everyone.
You made a good effort at it. I don't think the drow will be coming above ground for some time.
We certainly ran afoul of that situation. Didn't even achieve what we were originally setting out to do, but I guess we got something done.
Well, we saved the princess,
Right.
noble lady.
Which noble lady is this?
I can never remember her name.
Well, the question is, would Rika remember her name?
Yes, she would.
Are you sure?
She would. She liked her a lot.
Oh,
See,
okay,
Talia
okay.
wouldn't remember her name, rather on purpose, because in her head she always just called her the Percy bitch.
Right.
I didn't. So that's that's her opinion of her.
Her name was Brisea Oberskier.
So Rika says, Brisea Oberskier from Cormyr.
Well, there's never, she nods her head. There's never any issue with extra friends. I find that only as a bonus to the loss of drow life.
Are you familiar with the Oberskier family?
They are massively influential in the area of Cormyr. As far as I know, they are the most prominent family in the area. Brisea would have been a younger niece, I believe. She would have perhaps been enough to stay Cormyr's hand, just by threat. We will at least have an easier time getting Cormyr to join our war.
Is it war? Then?
It can't be anything else. If there's one thing the Metallics were born for, it was to fight the return of Tiamat to this plane. There could be no question of cowardice, really, or even appeasement. It's a certainty. Whether we will fight it with humans, alongside humans, or not, is a question, though.
Would I be out of line to guess that we would have your favor in the vote?
You would be a bit presumptuous. I do favor humans, but humans are not the only race that we are being asked to align with.
Talia raised his hand. Not human.
Yeah, but you keep saying human. We only have one human among us. The Lord's Alliance, granted, is predominantly human. But
Yes. And it's not any of you that we Silvers have a problem with either.
While we are here as dark representatives of the Lord's Alliance, we are not working solely for humans. The return of Tiamat would affect all denizens of this plane.
Would you call anyone ally who butchered the corpse of your friends and wears it as ornament into battle?
His eyes will kind of grow wide and like, goodness.
Do I know who this is in reference to?
Yeah, she is speaking of the dwarves.
Okay.
There have been multiple fights between silvers and dwarves, mostly mountain dwarves, and they have turned, I think through exceptional craftsmanship, turned their scales into incredible armor that they now use in battle.
Those jerks.
I cannot, though I do find that I fight for humankind as much as dragonkind, almost. I cannot call ally a group that condones such actions. I will need a formal apology from the dwarves and an intent to return the bodies of my brethren so that I may put them to rest.
I will speak up at that point and say that certainly seems reasonable to me, but I can't make any promises to that myself, but I can pass along the message if nothing else.
Their response will undoubtedly has been in the past that just because their side won this time, that is the only reason I make issue of it, and that is utterly untrue. I care about these people, these real souls that were these people. And there are ways to make gains in this world as a race without desiccating the corpses of allies. She has, by this time, offered tea around to everyone. The daughter says to you again, Talia, she says, can I learn to dream?
I don't know. Not really a conscious thing that we do intentionally. Just happens.
Literally.
How do you start it though?
Sleep. Sleep is the first. That's really the only requirement.
I sleep, but I don't dream. I don't think. Oh, I meant to ask you. How do you make a horse like you?
I'll point to Baishra and die out laughing, unable to speak.
Maestro holds up his staff.
She just looks confused. She's like, oh, I need a staff? Why didn't you tell me that, Mom? Otari just shakes her head.
I will explain. Baishra has a magical staff that can make horses talk. Or so he claims.
Oh, the awaken spell. I know that. But how do you clean clothes?
Ground and water.
Soap and water.
Okay, so she's just rattling off questions to you as
Washboard.
this is while Otari's having this very serious conversation with everybody else. She's over here rattling these questions at you, Talia.
Rika has this nifty spell she uses sometimes, though, that's much quicker. I don't know it. I do guilt her into cleaning my stuff sometimes, though, because
she kind of goes into inspecting both Rika and Baishra in her creepy way. Her mother, she says, as long as you give me those assurances, then I believe I can be allied with you in this vote, at least. To work with humans. And to work with the realms of humankind.
well, we have means to send such a message back to our benefactors, so we can pass that along this evening, and hopefully they can get back with us in the next day or so.
Wait, you say with a dreidel?
And why? You guys are over talking to Otari. She's asking Talia specifically, but you guys are hearing these questions.
What is a dreidel and why? Talia has no clue. She says, your guess is as good as mine. Do you have any context for that I could give you maybe a better answer? Do you have a picture? Maybe I know it under a different name.
So how could we best gain your friendship, Lady Otari?
As far as I am concerned, you are all friends of mine. The work that you've done merely in thwarting the drow is something that would earn my friendship,
Well,
or
I
at
do
least
have
my respect.
I do have a question, possible concern. I mean, I know in general what the feeling is, at least what history and research has told me, but what are your feelings about directly fighting and potentially killing chromatic dragons? Because, you know, if you may be aware that we have killed a dragon or two ourselves.
Yes, I believe I had word there was a white killed at some point. I didn't know that was you, but since I've sort of put together pieces of where you've been.
We've also fought a stone dragon.
Was he in Menzo Berenson? It was
Well,
confusing to me that
it was
he
in
didn't
Underdark.
show up when you were massacring his people.
Yes, he was in the Underdark. We
Was
got
on the
him
way.
before reaching the city.
And what about his rider, Jabari Sauda? Did you guys kill him as well?
Is that name familiar to us?
No.
Like what? I didn't know he had a rider. He didn't act as one that would allow himself to be ridden.
Yeah, he seemed to be dismissive of all mortals.
They have a shared interest with the drow. And they find having someone to do the smaller manipulations of torture and the more magical manipulations as well can be convenient for them to have around. So they will occasionally find drow. These two have been together for nearly 300 years. I am amazed that you were able to corner the stone without fighting his I call him a rider, but they are two parts of a whole. They're not separate entities, really.
It wasn't so much that we cornered him as he attempted to corner us and we made him pay for it. I think he assumed he had an easy win and probably came at us.
He was denying us passage in a specific direction, which we needed to travel, and did not.
She laughs
unwilling.
out loud.
He bit off more than he could chew.
That son of a bitch.
And I will go into great detail about the satisfying conclusion of him, and all of the final few minutes of that fight, and how wrought we were, and how close it came. But the final blow and all that, and I'll go into overblown detail because she's getting all living through it, she's getting all hyped up again during the turn to flow.
They listen completely intently on your story and even ask for more detail than you provide. They appear to be relishing in the killing. As much as she just complained about the killing of her own people, she is like super into this story of this asshole fucking dragon dying. She hates him. She's mumbling to herself even as you're doing it. You guys find out that the name of the dragon was Allah, Shusha's Wrath Allah.
Holy shit.
And he and Jabari Sauda have been riding together for some 300 years. They've had connection to many of the other drow families. Romaeon, Vrael, and Leziar.
I'm glad we found that out before we went looking for his swords. And she says, kind of to an aside, but then we'll turn back to Otari and say, we received information or intelligence on locations of 3 of his stashes or hoards or whatever have you, that we plan to investigate later, but without knowing about this rider, that might have been more fraught. So we can go better prepared.
That may have been an issue, but I would imagine his next move will be towards revenge, and I would very much recommend finding some sort of scrying magical means to find him, see what he's doing. He will be looking for revenge at some point, if not now. The world is turning at an extremely fast rate at the moment, and he may not have the time to spend chasing someone down if he intends to help Tiamat. But I would be careful about that.
Oh, well, your warning is well received. We'll make special note of it.
I'd like to, in case we are not able to ally you all with us over the next 5 days, do you have any suggestions about how to hit the Cult of the Dragon, the hardest on our own?
Yes, I do. Obviously, you will need armies in place. This is going to require huge movement across the south and across the High Moor by both. Hopefully, if we can work everything out, dragon and human. If not, you're going to have to find something to either distract or destroy the dragons on that plane to move hundreds of thousands of humans through. Dragons may be able to do a lot, but at a certain point, dragons can't hold the ground. If there are hundreds of thousands of their troops swarming us, there'd be little 100 of us could do against those sort of numbers.
Yes, I think Lord Never mentioned that prior to us indicating that we would be able to attend this council, that was what he was wanting us to do next.
It's a necessity of this battle. It will take some time to do. I'm not sure if you are the ones being told to spearhead it or if they have someone else. But that's probably the major time account that you need to take in.
The High Moor, you said?
Yes, there are sightings of a few dragons there. There are rumors of extremely strange weather patterns, tornadoes, just terrible winds and rain, but without any sort of source that we've been able to exactly track. There's an ancient red that's a little bit south of the High Moors that can be expected to respond if he is given word of a threat in the area. There's a number of other dragons that you may have to deal with at the same time. Other than that, preparing to meet a foe like Tiamat is a job in and of itself. Having the right items and the right group and the right help if you should need it is a feat in and of itself. I will do what I can to help the human races no matter what happens, though. And you can, at least from tonight forward, call me friend, should you need me.
I will bow to her in thanks.
Yeah, you guys don't actually get any food. She has tea. She completely forgets that you guys need to eat. So you guys are getting that rumbling when you don't have anything in your stomach, but you put tea in there or coffee.
Rika asks her for something to eat.
Of course. I'm sorry. She communicates. You see her eyes kind of glaze over for a second. And she says it'll be on its way. And about 20 minutes later, they show up with... it's mostly leafy vegetables for you guys. You have seen kind of the meat piles that they leave out for the dragons. So there's not a lot of extra meat around. There's a huge amount of dragons, and there's just not enough meat for all of them. So these monks
Leafy
have been-
vegetables. We're having salad.
Yeah, you guys are having salad, basically. They bring some bread as well.
Cool. Olive Garden. Breadsticks and endless salad.
She watches you eat rather intently, and so does the daughter. The daughter is very interested in how you masticate your food.
They give us silverware?
No, there's just bread and lettuce. What do you need silverware for? Well, I guess you could. No, they don't bring you silverware. They don't seem overly concerned with your needs. They seem very concerned with the silver and making sure she's okay. And they ask her a bunch of times before they leave if they can do anything for her. They don't.
Rika hands out chopsticks to everybody from her bag of holding.
I mean, Baisha's just nomming on some fingers. And then you present salad.
Okay, then just Esoteric and Talia get chopsticks.
Yeah. The
Itadakimasu.
Do humans eat other humans? The kid asks.
Not generally.
Very, 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 very rarely.
Only in rare and unfortunate occasions.
Do dragons eat other dragons?
Why unfortunate? Oh, yeah, I guess I could see it when you say it like that. I wouldn't want to eat a silver dragon, I guess. I wouldn't want to eat any metallic dragon.
Would you eat a chromatic dragon?
I don't
I
know
was
why.
just considering that. I've never had to consider that
I
before.
thought you just said Italian dragon for some reason.
Italian dragon.
I'm never going to be able to get Italian dragon out of my head now.
Yeah.
Sounds like a kung fu movie.
It does. A really, really bad one that I want to see really terribly. It's like a cross between Double Dragon and Mario.
Yeah, she looks like she hasn't considered it before. Maybe she has. Maybe she's tricking you, I guess. But she doesn't seem to have considered the issue much before then. But she also doesn't see much of a problem with humans eating other humans. She seemed rather surprised that wasn't a thing. And she doesn't look disgusted or anything that he's eating human fingers. If anything, she looks like it looks tasty.
Drow fingers, thank you.
If they were not so old, I might join you. Otari Leocarnos asks for... She asks, can I have one of those drow fingers? I would keep the bone.
Yeah, pass your hands on over.
But she sets it off to the side and she says, thank you.
Ooh, is that for a magic ritual?
A little trophy from the slaughter of Menzo Barons, and I think it should be a good story if I should ever need it. I hope I don't offend you, looks at Talia, by taking such joy in the drow death. I assume that you are not aligned.
Indeed not. I relished our exploits quite heartily, and no friend of the drow.
I say, oh, and then I reach into my bag of holding and I root around in it for a minute, and I pull up my drow thumb screw, and I offer it to her as a gift. Here, you can have this. I got this from Menzo Barons, and it's like a torture device.
Yes, it is a torture device. I've seen it before. The drow can be inventive when they need to be. When they want to be. I do thank you, though. I will treasure it.
Then I pull out Mondath's holy symbol of Tiamat.
Mondath's holy symbol of Tiamat. Look like.
I assume it's the holy symbol of Tiamat. I assume it's like a 5-headed dragon in a circle or something.
Yeah, just a circle with 5 dragon heads coming out. The only thing that break the circle. Are you giving this to her, or are you just showing this to her?
I'm just showing it to her.
Oh, are you giving her the...
The thumb screw, yes. Please accept this as my gift. The thumb screw. You can use it with the finger. It's kind of a set.
I will have to think of some way to get them together. Perhaps a clay structure. She actually begins magically shaping clay so that it might hold both of these objects. She pulls up some clay out of the ground into a square shape, which she uses as a table to then sculpt clay on top of. And she's sort of doing this offhandedly with her mind as she's sitting with you guys.
Oh, I have a question for you, lady Atari.
Yes.
What can you do with dragon fangs and dragon claws?
There are a number of potions. There are spell reagents. Can be used as spell reagents. I mean,
Rika pulls out she starts pulling out one at a time and putting them on the table. They are the 12 stone dragon fangs.
those are a great prize.
You hated this guy, right?
Hate is not a strong enough word. I've imagined this moment many times.
Okay, I just wanted to see her reaction. If she was...
As she's sitting there looking at it, a tear runs down her face. She's extremely bothered, but she's also happy. It's a weird emotion that she's showing on her face, but it's also, she looks bothered by it in the way that a child might, as if not fully understanding what she's feeling at the moment.
Oh, I put him away quickly. Actually, hold on. Insight check. Does Rika even notice this?
No, not at all. You
Not
start
at all.
playing with the claws on the table.
Like, rawr, and you in between your fingers.
The daughter is like, okay, yeah, all right. She picks up a claw and she starts playing with you.
We're like sword fighting with dragon fangs.
Ding, 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 ding. Eventually, Atari does speak up again, though. She says, I would find a place to put those on display if I were you. I would be happy to put them in my horde, but I understand if humans wish to rejoice in this victory.
How old are you?
I
Never ask a lady her
am
age.
nearly a millennia old
You seem
on this plane.
Maybe we could make a trade.
She was ready for you to say it, and she's just like, I don't know that I will have to think on it.
Well, we don't have to decide tonight. You can just send a message to Waterdeep whenever you've thought about it. I'll hold on to them for you. I also have.
I would trade gold or platinum, but I
She
cannot
presumes-
trade my vote in this matter.
Oh no, I didn't mean to use it as a bribe for that. I'm sorry to have insinuated that.
Oh,
I wasn't thinking.
no. Then if you didn't mean that, then that was my mistake. Maybe I have come to expect, cynical. But yes, I would be happy to trade you a number of things. Items. I can look into. I know what I have in my horde. I will get you a list of what I have in my horde. And if we can make a trade, we can make a trade. If not, that's okay too.
I have. She pulls out like a piece of paper. 400 pounds of stone dragon scales, 400 pounds of stone dragon hide, 12 fangs, and 10 claws.
Well, I think any sort of trophy will be nice to have, but I would prefer the claws myself. I will get you a list. But again, you must understand this. The way I hate this dragon, I may not do it to the extent, but I do have the same sort of hate for the dwarves. I just cannot call them allies without some sort of recognition of what they've done.
Okay, esoteric. I think write that down, and we'll address the. We'll have rhymes in the message back to the council. Right?
okay. Yeah.
It has been excellent getting to speak with all of you. I will send over a monk with maybe some options for you to choose from.
Stand up and bow. Thank you for your hospitality.
Let me see if she has anything she really needs to get out. The daughter. She asked this one super quietly to Talia before you guys leave. What do boy humans like?
I know what boys like.
Talia will get a wry smile on her face, and she will say, it's not really my area of expertise, unfortunately. Nor do I suspect your mother would appreciate me corrupting you in that manner, even if I did.
She just looks disappointed, but she nods her head.
But I will discreetly point her to Rika and say, find her later.
Okay, thanks. Otari sees you guys out, bids you goodnight, and bows. You guys get back. You guys are probably going to the communal area if you're staying together. You will find Rhyme and Yeshua there, both going over scrolls of stuff. The common room is there's two people sitting by a small fire. Don't seem to be paying you much attention as you enter.
You like monks?
Yeah.
Man, she really does not like the dwarves.
Well, given her explanation of why, I can certainly understand it. had no previous predilection or aversion to them to begin with. So, kind of rather ambivalent on the matter.
I guess it was kind of weird I pulled out some dragon teeth. It would be like if she pulled out a bunch of elf teeth and started playing with them. But I guess at the same time, that's what Fisher does all the time.
You've just been desensitized to it.
That's very true. All right, well, let's send that message over to Waterdeep.
Okay. What do you guys say?
Get-
Well, we were told. So when we were initially pitched to these guys, like, we have ample messages to send, right?
Yes, these two are apparently exceptionally gifted in that area.
Okay. So does it mean we have a lot of sending spells, or does it mean that each sending spell doesn't have a word count limit? Which I guess, if we're just doing it narratively, doesn't really matter.
They have like 30 spell slots between them that they can use for this.
Understood.
These guys are like prodigies at
right.
sending messages.
Okay.
Probably just describe them the situation, let them
Right. So I guess
compose the
yeah.
message.
Start with the thing. How we made our case to the what is this gathering called? Does that have an official name?
The Council of Metallic Dragons.
Okay.
And Metallic Dragon Scions, but whether you have that.
We made our case at the council meeting at large, and we were bade opportunities to meet privately with certain dragon representatives each night to convince them to lend aid. Met with Silver Dragon, full name here.
Don't forget about his son and her brother.
What?
She wanted to say congratulations on the birth of his son. And
Okay. Yeah. And she said her main issue with lending support would be the animosity between the Silver Dragons and the Mountain Dwarves.
Okay. So you get all this through. It's a while before you hear anything back.
And specifically about, them not respecting their dead.
You hear back about 30 minutes later. Lord Daggle has received the information. He will get to it in the morning and try to get you a response from them by the end of the day.
What?
He says, tell Otari Leocarnos that Daggle Neverember says thank you. And she is always welcome to come visit. As are all the other dragons, metallic dragons on the council. We have long considered them friends and have long considered them allies and hope we may continue to do so. Sends like a lot of rhetoric doublespeak to appease the dragons, hoping that you will pass it on to them.
Oh yeah. I also would have mentioned that the Gold Dragon Protanther, if I pronounce it, was unwilling to even hear us out at the start, and has also stated that he will not be convinced to lend aid.
He is an old... He is set in his ways. I've met him before. He's not unreasonable. There may be a way to turn him with enough wisdom, but I could understand that. May be best to focus on our other options, and unless that becomes our only. Okay. Did you guys want to ask anything else? Use any more spells?
Actually, I was James. So, what So is Ilathura a bronze dragon?
Eleuthera is brass.
Brass. I forgot brass.
Nymur is bronze.
Okay.
Tasmikella is copper.
Copper. Okay.
Riku whispers to Talia, "Can I send a message to Reyna?"
I have no idea. She said, "Ask eyes wide," and I don't know how that works.
No, I don't know if Esoteric would have heard this or heard this or not. I would.
You guys are all in the common room. Whether they are keeping it secret or not, I don't know.
To Rika. Keeping that private.
I guess she'd walk over and whisper to Esoteric next.
I'll say, generally
question.
speaking, the person casting this spell needs to have met or have significant knowledge of the recipient in question, with which you are familiar. If you give a very detailed description to them, they may be able to do it, but it's not guaranteed. And even then, words would have to be used to explain the connection, because the person receiving it would obviously not. The person receiving it knows who is casting the spell, so they, obviously they don't know rhyme or. I just keep wanting to say rhyme or reason.
It happens to me every time I say it. Yeah.
Oh well.
So you don't even bring it up with them?
No.
They pass the evening. You see a couple monks come back from food prep, looking mildly traumatized, covered in blood. See a lot
Are
of
you
other
okay?
people. Of course, this is a joyous time.
You're covered in blood. What happens?
This is how we prepare for the gods of our realm.
You cover yourselves in blood?
Well, it's a nasty byproduct, fine. But the dragons are worth it every second. Maybe you could help us with food prep tomorrow. You didn't.
Food prep. Oh. I
Would
start
you like to?
prestidigitating him clean.
Oh,
Hold,
thanks.
hold still. like a blow dryer of hair comes out of my hands and just like cleans his face and hair.
His hair flies back and then anime poofs up into a fro. Thanks.
Finger guns.
So what are you guys doing here? I mean, I know you're here for like maybe the council or something.
We're on important business. Diplomatic business. That's all I can say.
I don't know how you do it. I could never talk in front of all those dragons. It's too much. Really reminds you how insignificant you are.
Hey, speak for yourself. I'm very
I just
significant.
mean small. I don't mean insignificant. I mean without significance is what I mean.
She scrunches up her face a little bit. I think you like dragons too much, mister.
I think you don't like them enough. Thanks for the cleaning. And he leaves.
Weirdo. Rika mutters as she like flops down in a chair.
You see the other monks and get up and walk away from him as you sit down. You have cleared the common room.
Dragon worshippers. Ah.
Do you guys have anything you want to do for the rest of the night? Otherwise, we will pass until the morning. You are in one of the safest places in the world. There's no need for lookouts or anything. You are surrounded by hundreds of metallic dragons. Well, I guess safety depends on who you are, like how you feel about metallic dragons. Maybe this is a really dangerous spot. But a lookout would nevertheless be useless against the sort of might that is surrounding you. The morning comes. Dawn breaks again to find all 6 dragons, if you include Otari Leocarnos in her human form. The feeble Electrum is reading Downcast, and they get into another case. The first case of this day is specifically about a Mercuriana bronze. It's about as dry as yesterday.
Rika's reading a book.
What book?
Just one of the books she's picked up along the way. I forget. You gave me a big list of like 20 books at one point. Been a while. You guys remember that, right?
Yeah, because they're 15 Rika. I don't know what they are, but it's in my inventory list.
The Moonshine Tashar is the name of the book, and the writer is Messrs. Mooney.
The moon shine to shore.
What is everybody else doing during this time? Baishra, you... I don't know. What are you up to? I can't imagine this law thing is particularly interesting to you. But I could be wrong.
Baisha's probably just sitting around, hanging out, like, outside of everything. Because they're on, like, a mountaintop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
he's probably just, like, overlooking everything.
it's like a mesa in the middle of a valley. And, yeah, topped with ivory. You could just... I mean, it's beautiful visuals in every direction. One direction there is a little bit higher mountains, so you just kind of see the mountains going into cloud, but it's still very pretty. Rika's kind of wandering around reading her book. Talia's paying attention, like yesterday, right?
Yep.
And Esoteric's doing the same.
Yeah. I would try to see if I could chat up the Electrum Dragon at some point.
You couldn't... He's very focused on what he's doing during the day. As you're getting towards the end of the day, Naimur says, Shall we meet tonight? This is after they're all wrapping up.
If you are willing, sure.
Yes, I will take you on tonight. The Electrum is going through paperwork at the end of the day, and all the other dragons leave, except for him. He would be there available to you at that time.
Yeah, I didn't want to do anything serious with him. Just kind of be like, hey, I'm just certain you've been able to research all kinds of interesting things over the course of your life. If you have, any knowledge to share, I would be most welcome.
I would love to. Well, when are you when are you free? I guess maybe after your dinner with Naimor tonight?
Yeah. I think that works.
Sure. I'll meet you back here.
Are you often the stenographer for these meetings?
I try to be, it's a long job, but it's better to get a first-hand account of what happened here rather than a second-hand account. I've always
Indeed.
found that seeing it yourself there's nothing really like it. However, I understand, especially for the shorter-lived races, that you must take a lot on history. Do you have any sort of particular history in mind?
Really, anything about the spell plague?
That was the thing, yes. Which relates, back to the mythals. I will, I will get together some of my personal notes from the time. I'd love to share information and hear what you have seen in your travels.
Yeah.
I just don't understand the whole not liking bronze dragons. If you like silver and gold, you should like bronze.
I don't
Bronze is an alloy.
I don't understand why there's bronze and brass. It's very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're very
At the
different.
very least, those are alloys.
That is puzzling to me. They're incredibly
that's-
similar.
Why they're two tones? Because they're alloys. Yeah.
Yeah, but see, like with bronze and brass, with brass, like it's like in itself, it's like antimicrobial. So clearly, that's the cleanest dragon. So that's why that one's there.
Okay. He's the OCD dragon.
Yeah.
What about the ATM dragon?
Yeah, there we go.
What, a dragon made of all of the AT?
No, ATM or Atium. I don't know.
It's made of money.
Adium. Okay, I understand. And you guys are all standing out on an evening mesa in the middle of this valley. The clear day, you can actually see off to the north. As the evening comes in, you can see the green. There's like a green haze on the horizon. Do you guys do anything to get ready specifically for Naimer, or are you guys just going?
Nyber is the broads, right?
Correct.
I
Essentially.
may have surveilled not the dragon itself, but the monks that are attending him, trying to suss out preferences and maybe demeanor, just kind of like gather information and or spy what they are doing in order to attend him, just for additional information. Nothing dangerous or like that would get her in trouble. Just trying to be dutiful and notice.
Go ahead and make an investigation.
Small talk.
Or investigation or perception. This is something you're kind of doing over the course of the day, just watching probably each of them to see if they have any preferences. The monks don't really come up to the council area that much. They do come up here. It's not like off limits or anything. But when they are here, they're very servile and they're not speaking. You see Naimer has a taste for deer, specifically. He seems to be playing opposite Eleuthera. Eleuthera is basically in Protanther's pocket. Every time Protanther says anything, Eleuthera backs him up, just without question. So Naimer is there kind of being the opposite to him. Being very negative and finding fault in things. He'll go off. He plays the devil's advocate a lot, I guess, is what you're noticing. he'll go off and just argue with something Protanther and Eleuthera are saying just because there's this argument, not necessarily because he wants to win. And when he doesn't win the argument, he doesn't take any offense. It's just that was the way the conversation was supposed to go.
Talia can respect that. She probably does that with Rika quite often. Sometimes just for the fun of getting the reaction of Rika, but sometimes just to see, what the discussion ends up as. But
Taz McKella, you have noticed, she just seems crotchety. She seems old and kind of bothered anytime they ask for her opinion. She's just there listening most of the time and not saying much. I'm sure you also noticed 100 other things with that perception roll, but those are kind of the vibes you're getting off of everybody during the day.
okay, I'm happy with that.
Rika is fidgeting with her new ring.
Yeah, you guys are still up top here. The dragons have departed. You guys are just hanging out in the evening. And at least Talia would have noticed her messing with this ring.
Do you think that they knew that I was magical when they dropped me off, and that's why they gave me a magical ring? Talia asks. She asks Talia, kind of absent-mindedly.
I would assume so. It seems only logical that they themselves were magical and would assume you to be. If it's, of seemingly the type that's hereditary and that you've come to innately practice it and hone it through our martial arts, certainly, but likely something you would have developed regardless. As far as I can tell, I mean, none of your siblings have similar magic that's manifested through our martial arts. And while I have my own interesting, and she kind of demonstrates, examples of that with her kindreds, innate magic of my own, it seems quite different to yours.
How are you demonstrating that? How are you playing with your cantrips, Talia?
I was just using minor illusion to demonstrate the fact that I could do such. It wasn't anything grand. It was probably showing a picture of stances that were shifting between those drawings that you draw on flip books, then play them back, because she can't make something as smooth or grandiose as a live action real movie hologram with her minor illusion, but she could do an approximation of it with a flip motion, but one stance then the next, and just kind of step through the kata with stances, but not fluid.
Like so little Japanese watercolor figures.
Yeah, kind of. So it's like a flip motion book of that, but it's actually an illusion doing that in her hand.
That's really cool. I like that, Rika says.
Yeah, it's just something I've been playing around with. I find I'm not exceptionally good at drawing. I had quite the frustration the other day trying to draw the dragons, and I thought back to the notes we've been taking in my journal, and the magic comes much more naturally to me. It responds to my thoughts, and what I'm picturing in my head actually appears instead of what I try to make my hands do, and it never turns out right. So yeah, obviously it's not ideal for publication, but for a class demonstration, it could be quite handy one day. Like showing theory and trying to explain what I mean to somebody as an example. So yeah. She kind of is sheepish at the praise from Rika and rubs the back of her head.
This is all going on while Esoteric's talking to the Electrum.
Yep.
When are we supposed to hear back from Waterdeep? They're supposed to send us a message back, right?
None of you have heard anything from Waterdeep.
We're waiting on dinner, and then we're going to talk to Nimmer. Oh, let's go get some food, guys. Let's go have some salad.
Actually, when you head down below, Yeshua says to Esoteric that he has been messaged and that Lord Neverember says he's making headway with the dwarves.
Okay.
Malik again shows you through to basically straight across this valley from where you were last night. You head through the forest there and then up into a cave that winds around up and enters in the back of this hollow in the rock, about a football field wide and half again as deep. This time, instead of appearing roomy, this bulky bronze dragon is taking up the entire right side, and the whole place just feels more claustrophobic. There's a column way off over to the left, but it also just feels like it makes the room smaller and like you're being pushed in towards this enormous creature who's laying against the wall. He sees you enter and he says, "Welcome.
Greetings.
Please come sit down." He's laying so his head rests near the edge of the cave where there's a table with a candelabra on it and a couple high-backed oak chairs and a dark oak table. You see monks come in from off the wall to your right. They pull out your chairs for you and begin pouring you wine. He is watching out into the sky as you guys sit down.
Thank you for seeing us, mighty one.
No problem at all.
Well, I guess I'll get started and I'll launch into basically the same pitch I gave previous night. And then, but at the end, I will mention how I've never been able to Atari. I know that's not her name. That's what I heard it as.
Otari, yeah.
Said, how her main sticking point against helping the mortals is the animosity between silver dragons and dwarves, which we are attempting to make inroads. And that's where I'll end that.
Do you know of Arthagast Ulbrinter?
Do I?
Yeah, that was Romela's husband who was killed. And you would remember that, of all people, probably.
Okay.
Wait, who's Romelia?
Romelia Haventree, the leader of the Harbors.
Oh.
Who was also on the Council of Waterdeep. Her husband was Arthagast Ulbrinter, and he was murdered just a little while ago. He has some mines I have some interest in.
Somewhat.
Interest in.
He has mines.
Copper mines, gold mines, diamond mines.
What? Well, that's a good question. What type of mines?
Landmines.
Elder brains.
beef.
Well, the one I think of is platinum. It's all written up here. And he waves his left arm just the slightest bit, and a contract appears on the table before you, Esoteric.
Whoa,
Have him sign that, and you'll have my vote.
I'll read it. Try to scan it quickly. I'm going to assume it's transferring ownership to Nymer.
Yeah, in perpetuity, and there's a number of clauses. He must warn everyone of the danger of coming in Nymer's territory, all the surrounding areas. Nymer has complete authority on his land. He can kill on his land. And that has to be posted around. There's other specs for pillaging. He's allowed to do with the remains what he pleases is written into the contract. A few restrictions on gaming. They have to only sell to bronzes in the future. Or they have to give bronze first option. There is a clause for how the price of a mine will be decided, alternating between 3 dragon, 2 human, 3 human, 2 dragon every other time. It's a big, long pain in the ass contract.
Yeah.
But the main point of it is the transfer of ownership of a specific platinum mine and the area around.
Alright. I'll say, yeah, well, I will certainly make sure to pass this along. I cannot say whether or not they will go for it. I do not have that authority.
Just, you let me know when you hear back. The monks are still coming in, and they have served you this really fine meat. I think it's veal.
So Tarek, wouldn't it take like a really long time to send that back to Waterdeep?
Is Rika asking that aloud?
Yes.
We have, wait, do we have Diplomat fast in this game?
You do not
No, we have
diplomat
clerics.
badges. Yeah, that's a good question. I think I figured it out the other day, and you have 750 words a day you can send and receive. And this contract is well beyond that, but you could get the major points across.
Well, what might be easier is if Beisher just takes it back and comes back. That way they have the actual word-for-word contract, because that's probably going to be important for a deal of that magnitude.
Baisha looks at Esoteric and says, I make him sign.
No, we have to offer it. It's not. We can't force anyone to do anything. We have to present it and impress upon the importance of the gesture, but it by no means is mandatory. Can't do that.
We can go. 2 days.
That means Baishar will miss one of the dragon interviews.
It would be quite unfortunate, but we also need to give the man time to consider it too, because this is a lofty deal. It's not like we could expect him to make a split-second decision on it.
Baisha says, bring him here.
It's entirely possible. Or, well, Romalia, alright, it's a she.
Yeah, you guys are all talking about a dead person right now.
Yeah. The he is the person that's dead. It's Romalia, because it's her husband. But, well, that's a good point. Does Nymer know that he's dead? Is he asking about the he, or is he asking about Romalia?
He's asking about him, and he laughs when you say that he's dead. He says, That man has cut more arrows than any 10 hay bales you might pass. And he just ever so slightly waves his hand to the side. That's like the most gesture you've seen out of him this entire thing. It's a dismissive gesture. He believes that Arthagast Olbrinter is alive, regardless of what you say.
Oh.
Reincarnate.
Well, either way, if he is, then she is with whom we would need to treat to contact him. Unless he's hiding that fact from her as well, in which case I wouldn't begin to know where to find him.
He's a druid, right? Or Amalia, I mean, isn't she a druid?
Well, before we go there, hoping that she'll come here, we can send a sending asking if she would be willing to come and say that we can arrange her transport. And explain the scenario, but that we will need to present the contract to her in person, either here or there, and explain why we want it here. We would have enough for that.
He's already back to watching this guy. He apparently has lost interest. The monks are far more attentive tonight than they were the previous night. They are coming around asking if everybody needs wine, if you need water, any other type of meat or vegetables.
Talia will stick to water, but we'll keep the meat coming. Various options that they have available that she might not have tried. She's wanting to experiment with the various meat options.
Yeah, they will, when you mention that, they bring out a tray of multiple hot meats that were already prepared and apparently on their way. Like, they got here quick. And they come and put it down, and it's a little bit of everything. A little cow, deer, lamb, all different levels of cooking on it.
I guess Rika chows down since she hasn't had meat in a while. Does that, or is it? It's for us, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They do bring him in a big slab of meat at one point. He actually has them take it away. He just sort of scoffs at it like a cat might at food. My asshole cat might at food. And they have to drag it away, 2 of them, because it was so big.
Talia focuses on eating, having said her piece to Esoteric and Bysher about the possible path forward with it. It's up to them from that. She doesn't have a preference.
I mean, it's a nice night. It's cold. It's a little bit windy back in this little hollow of rock, but it's been beautiful weather all day.
Rika seems a little agitated eating her food.
Are you using your knife harder than you need to on the meat or something?
You just kind of like in her face looks a little upset or dissatisfied.
I will ask if it's not good.
Just disappointed.
Too well done?
No, not in the meeting, not the food.
He definitely doesn't care that you are feeling off. He hasn't even noticed. He barely notices when you guys speak. It seems like he is listening. he's already said his piece, and that's apparently all he has to say.
Do we know how dragons prefer to be? Like, do they have titles? Has any of the monks been using titles on them?
No, just using their full names.
Nimmer, could I ask you what has you so distracted this evening?
Nightmare. But... oh, nothing. Enjoying a beautiful night. It's not often we get to join in these numbers. It's a shame I have to be inside with all of you tonight.
You'd rather be soaring?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I can only soar for a few minutes. I like to
Baisha,
save my magic just in case.
Baisha looks at him and asks, in Draconic, do you wish to fly tonight?
Yes, I very much wish to fly tonight.
Do you want to go now?
Well, whenever we are done here, I don't wish to hurry things along. It's almost as good getting to see so many metallics in one place. From the air, it is much more beautiful, but it is still from here.
Baisha will, still speaking in Draconic, say to him, I have a way that can make us fly faster than you've ever flown before.
I am willing to hear you out. He extends the edge of his claw towards you, as if inviting you to cast your spell.
If I do, we'll have to leave immediately. We will become wisps.
I believe we are done here. Am I mistaken?
All right.
Unless you have any other stipulations or offers.
Let
No.
us fly then.
Talia
Fly
just
us.
waves her hand off, like, I'll be here eating. Y'all go on, have fun.
I don't get what we're saying.
Yeah, I don't have a clue what you're saying. I just see him get up like he's gonna leave, and I'm just like, later, I'm gonna sit here, enjoy the meat.
Yeah, so I'll cast a Windwalk on him and myself. But first I'll say we have 8 hours. I think it takes time to cast it too.
Takes a minute to cast, but I think he has an inkling of what you're doing, and he lets you
Yeah.
go about it.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and stand up and start walking outside.
Yeah, he as well turns into mist. When he sees it coming up his limbs, he starts laughing a little bit, and he says, "It's been a while," and then he's out of form into this gaseous. And at night, it's particularly hard to see. It's like a cloud.
Yeah.
Do you have a form that can be hurt as a gas? Because you got like tons of dragons flying around. What if they go through you as gas?
It doesn't say.
All right. Well,
Dragons are pretty big, and we already established Moonwalk is faster, so
yeah, you could get out of the way, I guess is what you're saying.
yeah, I don't think you get snuck up upon, and yeah, you get
I
out of
don't
the
know.
way.
There's a lot of dragons. But if you guys are cognizant of it, he would be, Nymer would be, and he would be staying below, or vastly above. He likes to fly above all the other dragons and look down into the swirling circle of them.
Yeah, I know. Like in raw, gaseous means it like can move through units and stuff like that in combat.
Okay.
And this doesn't mention hit points or anything like that. Yeah.
In combat, but it's not like physically moving through something. Like,
Yeah, it's like like going around them
right.
because you're a literal wisp of smoke.
Okay, then nobody dies to that particular danger in this flight. He really enjoys it. He eventually goes back down. This would be like hours later.
Yeah.
What has everybody else done while they are flying? You guys were there eating meat.
I would have collected my things and left and found our senders.
All right, sure.
Start working out like the most efficient way to communicate this information.
Is there anything interesting to snoop through in this room?
Is there anything interesting? Make an investigation check. You find a rock that's super shiny. And you're not sure if it's one of his treasured objects. But you think it might not be, so you might be able to take it.
Talia just watches Esoteric, as he's rifling around while she enjoys her food. And when she gets suitably stuffed, she'll back away and just kind of lean back.
You guys hung around for a little bit. It's just you and Rika there eating, watching dragons fly, I guess.
Yeah.
Talking.
Yeah, I feel like they've got this in hand, so I'm not gonna wait the 8 hours or whatever till Bajra and whoever and Nymer come back. Once my food's settled and I've watched the dragons for a little while, I'll get up and stretch my legs, and if it's closing in on appropriate bedtime, I'll just go to bed. No other business to attend to.
As far as Esoteric, you could give them the broad strokes.
Yeah,
Who
I
are you
would
sending
say-
this to?
I would.
I
would send it,
you're probably sending it through the boys, and the boys have been told to
Yeah.
contact with
and I would
Lord
I
Dagon.
would just do it to Dagon Never because he's like in charge of things. Would I know the land that this area is located on? Because I imagine it would be within the sovereignty of Waterdeep.
Oh, sure. It's way up north.
Okay.
It's almost against the mountains there. There's one platinum mine, and Dagult Neverember doesn't know anything about this one specifically. He knows there's been tension between the dragons and the humans in this area, but
So I would say the the bronze dragon Nymer requests. Well, and I would also specifically make note that he is
Arthagast Olbrinter.
he is specifically requesting that man by name. Even though we told him
Right.
he's dead, the dragon does not believe so, and he is requesting that contract be signed that signs over these particular mines and gives them complete sovereignty over the lands.
You get a message back saying yes, Arthagast Olbrinter has been alive for a few weeks. He's back at work now. They will be contacting him directly.
Alright.
Rika,
Death is but an inconvenience, apparently.
probably it's almost 4 hours before Nymer comes back down and goes back into his regular form. He waits there for a little bit. Do you come out of your form?
Yeah, as soon as he comes down, I will as well.
He says, "Thank you. Oh, that was a lot of fun. It's pretty rare we get to spend high-level slots on humor.
Slots?
Well, that's how us dragons refer to our magical system.
Yeah, fucking
Complicated magics. It's rare we get to use complicated magics for levity. But I thank you. You're welcome to join us in another form if you like.
I like the idea that dragons would just be the biggest fourth wall breaking metagamers.
The Deadpool of the D&D
It's
universe.
all Deadpool, yeah. Especially high level dragons with the whole, especially with James leveraging the multiverse stuff. That would be really interesting. That they would inappropriate, perhaps.
Yeah, he heads back off into the sky and leaves you there by Shra. He welcomes you to come along as a form or not. The joy of flight is to be enjoyed by all, and he heads back out.
I turned back into the Quetzalcoatlus that I turned into.
You go flying around as that?
Yeah, what's not? What's going to turn into a bird?
Yeah, except you're in.
I mean, that's the only other way I can fly.
It's just dangerous. You're in a circle. I mean, 1 out of 1,000 of them chooses to attack you just because you're not a dragon.
I mean, I can't fly any other way.
Yeah, but it's like you're already inside their little comb. I don't make
Turn into a type of bird that distastefully bad.
make a charisma check. Weirdly enough,
All right, well, I'm super
I want to
good at
see if you
those.
look like prey or not to the dragons.
Turn into the infamous shitbird of Cormier.
Almost immediately, one of the golds, as a adult gold, you think, just by the look of him as he slams into you. Luckily, you guys are both close enough to the ground. This was like immediately after you took off. Slams you into the ground as he rips at your wing. He's not. He doesn't even speak to you. He just is in full attack mode.
Let's see here. I gotta look
Okay.
up and see how much health it has.
Cat and mouse.
Yeah, it's got 30 hit points. So I guess I'll switch into my normal form.
Oh, you are the lizard man. This is not a place to fly for non-dragons.
It was Nymer who offered to fly. It is the only way I can.
Then you best stay under his wing.
Dragons are such victim blamers.
Yeah, I know, right? All right, I have an idea then. I'll put insect plague around myself and then start flying.
That's a good call.
Okay, so you have another... Yeah, you have another form. You have another animal form. And now you're just surrounded by this disgusting smell. Insects swarm to you in vast numbers out of this forest and surround your form as you're flying around. The other dragons seem to have seen that you are not a threat at this point. You're pretty well torn out of the air by the gold, and everybody definitely stays away. They don't let you fly in like their packs as they're flying. You're very much off on your own.
That's fine.
Nymer comes by at one point and yells, "Don't be afraid to give Proganus a taste of his own medicine."
Yeah, I mean, I can't respond back to Nymer in beast
Right.
form.
Yeah, he doesn't expect you to. He keeps flying
Yeah.
on. You guys start talking on the spell plague. You come out and he's got a bunch of scrolls, and he's got like 5 of them open to show you different accounts of the same situation, and he's talking about theories surrounding it that have been lost, alternate histories. And he keeps dragging the conversation over towards mythals. Other than that, I mean, he loves history. He's down to talk about anything. The spell plague is a good start, but he will kind of follow off in any direction you want to go in.
Yeah,
Ask him about the Minfall.
yeah, I would ask, about, his experience and just general thoughts about magical items and whether or not he thinks it's a danger that they're so far widespread in mortal hands of varying powers, and whether or not anything should be done about it.
Well, this was another effect of the mythal. There was a time that dragons controlled vast numbers of these items, and there was less chaos.
Yeah, perhaps an effort needs to be made to, collect and catalog these items.
I believe any of our people would say that we should be collecting these things and keeping them all, to ourselves in our hoards, and that way, I mean, it's really for the good. It's hard to explain that by taking something away, you could make it better. But I feel that is a pretty constant trend in history. That sometimes less options, oddly enough, give better outcomes, or at least feel better about the outcomes that do occur.
Yep.
Yeah, he too is watching. When he's not down reading these scrolls, he's watching the dragons fly around as well.
And I would ask if there is anything we could do to persuade them to lend aid in our effort against Call of the Dragon.
Well, I am not a voting member. I am council. I am scribe.
It's not all about votes. It's just whether or not you would want to help or not.
Ask him to join the collective.
Yeah.
Castle Narrator.
Secret patron of the Esoteric Collective. This guy.
This fucking guy.
Yes, he says. He says. Well, I mean, we will look out for. I think we scribes recognize each other on sight, and we will look out for each other if we can. It's not very often I find common souls among the shorter-lived races. May I ask your plans on... Well... Okay, going back to if there's anything I can do to help. Protanther is too proud to ask, but I know that an apology or a recognition of wrongs by the elven people would make an enormous difference. That is... that is probably the issue that is most near his heart.
Do you know which elves?
Yeah, descendants of the four that created the mythal in the first place, and King Melendrak would be the closest.
That's certainly helpful information, yeah.
If you could... I can't say it will flip Protanther, but that is in his friendship, as much as you can be friends with a gold dragon. That is what I have gleaned of his worries. So what is your plan to get out of this form, or, well, to get out of this cycle of hell? There are ways to do it, you know.
I do not know.
You have high-level casters with you. How do you not know rebirth? Although, I would say that the soul may not be severed from the contract by rebirth. It may just put it off for one more lifetime. It hasn't been shown specifically to completely wipe the slate clean of all prior relation of the soul. I do have some books back home that I haven't looked at recently, but I could look further into that. You know of rebirth, don't you?
I know of the general concept. I don't have explicit knowledge.
There's also wish. Oh, that's messy. Yeah, he goes off into a story about Thay fighting with a clan to the east, and just really colorful explanations of battles. Okay, so next morning, well, do you have anything else you'd like to bring up with him?
No.
Next morning, the third day rises. Is everyone attending the Dragon Council, or who is and who isn't?
Rika is gonna go find Joe and play some games.
What is everybody else doing?
Who are we meeting with this evening?
This evening you are meeting with Taz McKella. You are able to get that information from the monks. The dragons have already decided on the order.
She's the copper who has seemed mostly disinterested. And Rika was going to play with Joe. Is that what I remember correctly? That's what she was doing today?
Yeah, Baishra
We would've
and
told you.
Esoteric, are you showing up to the council?
Always. Yeah.
Okay. Esoteric, you are joined
Sure, why
by Yeshua and Rhyme and Baishra.
Rika would have told you and would have invited you.
Yeah, I figured she would have told me. I was trying to decide if I would accept the invitation or say, no, go have fun, and I will attend the council. Yeah, I want to do the latter. I'll say, no, you go have fun with Joe. Just try not to get in too much trouble. I'll say jokingly.
Yeah, like that. Telling me that ever works.
Figure one of these days it'll eventually sink in, so gotta keep trying. And I make my way to meet up with Esoteric.
I mean, I don't have anything particularly in mind. Any recommendations?
Yeah, don't piss off adult dragons.
All right, sneak in the Protanther's lair. Got it.
The morning is based on mostly a land dispute between Steel and Iron. There's a long series of scrolls of maps depicting where they are, what's been deemed at different councils. It's not very exciting, but it's a little bit new. Rika, you find your way up there. Joe is in the room by herself, hanging out upside down on the couch with her legs up in the air. And she sees you come in and rolls over and falls off the couch and stands up and says, "Hi."
Hey, Joe, you want to hang out today?
Yeah, I've been meaning to talk to you. you want to like take a walk or you want to stay here?
Well, is there anything here you want to show me?
Mm, not particularly.
All right, then let's go for a walk.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I gotta go grab some water and stuff. I'll be right back.
Okay, Joe, I'll be right here.
And you could also always, well, I had told her to seek Rika out for her question last night that Rika isn't yet aware of, but maybe she will ask in her wanting you to teach her about boys. So that could be entertaining.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm back. That is pretty much what. Yeah, that's the first thing she asked is the same thing she asked Talia yesterday. What do human boys like?
What are you trying to get from them? Like, why do you want to make them? Why do you want to give them what they want?
She gets like pink in the face. I don't know.
So, how old are you?
I'm like 50. Just past 50.
What is that in like human years?
I have no idea. I've never even considered the
Why aren't
question
dragons
before.
allowed to drive?
I don't think Rika would know this.
When
You could
do
make a nature check. Maybe you know this. Yeah, make a nature check.
Rika asks her, "What age do dragons start laying eggs?"
Again, she kind of blushes and she's like, 30s, 40s, 50s.
Oh, so you can lay eggs?
Yeah, will you stop saying it like that?
How do dragons speak of such things?
Oh, you could talk of the eggs, but just stop talking so clinically about me making eggs. I don't. I think this was a bad idea. And she like starts heading back towards her her own cave.
Wait, no, come back. I'm just trying to figure out how to answer your question.
She just looks at you.
I don't have a lot of experience with boys, but I guess I can tell you what little bit I know about them.
Deal. And she goes walking off into the forest with you. And you impart all of your earthly knowledge of boys on her?
Yeah. I mean, I'll start slow and like talk about my brothers, I guess, first. Like, I don't know, just like I don't know how much she knows about boys at all, so I guess I'll just start like about their personalities and stuff. That's kind of Rika's working up her courage to start talking about her other experiences.
They smell bad and they belch and fart and pick their noses too loud. All the complaints about the brothers.
You just described Rika.
Well, yes, but she doesn't acknowledge that about herself necessarily. Is she that self-aware?
She does ask at one point if you think showing her dragon form would be sexy.
To a boy?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Not.
What about just like longer teeth? I know dragons like that.
Oh, okay. Well, I take her back to my room and we start like doing dress up. I start dressing her like sexy styles.
Okay, so this is what I should be going for. How many times do you bite a male to bleeding before you have sex?
Zero.
Really?
Come on, at least once, right?
Have you ever kissed a boy?
No, not a human boy.
All right, well, you can practice on me.
She laughs.
And Rika
I
hits
do
her
have
with
my
a pillow,
eye
and
on.
feathers start going everywhere, and
You're going to see Taz McKellar tonight, right? She says.
I believe so. She seems different.
Oh my god, her bard is. You'll see.
She has a bard.
She does.
She likes music.
His name is Baldric.
Like, she has a bard for breakfast, or she likes music.
No, we don't all eat humans. Some of us do sometimes. Anyway. The day passes as... Unless you lead the conversation towards anything else. She eventually goes back, hangs out at her place.
I invite her to Waterdeep to my house.
She says, yeah, maybe in a few years. I don't think I'm allowed to do that yet.
All right, well, I look forward to seeing you someday.
Yeah.
Maybe you can meet my children.
She smiles, like, awkwardly. She doesn't know if that's a joke or not. Okay, well, I'll see you later.
My future children, I guess.
Did you say maybe someday you'll eat my future children?
I said meet. You can meet them.
That makes more sense. Okay.
Rika looks a little horrified.
She laughs and she goes, okay, yeah, of course. Eventually. We'll see. The end of the Dragon Council comes. You are all esoteric, and the two boys are taking copious notes. Talia is too. Baishra's probably wandered around somewhere on this platform for most of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do see that gold who tackled you the other day flying around.
Yeah, I don't care. I get it. Food's food.
Yeah.
No hard feelings.
But they take off to their own places. Do you do anything special in preparing for Tasmakella?
I don't think so.
I don't know.
Nope. That's all I got.
Okay. Led through the forest again to another cliffside cave, up into the rock,
Wait, hang on. What was the first thing you just said?
through the forest.
Oh.
In the valley around, there's forest.
Okay, did you say led through the forest again?
Yes.
Okay.
What did you
I
think?
thought you said led to the forest.
Went to the forest. Gross. Sounds like a band name. Okay, so you guys are led through the forest again, through this cave, and up into another cleft in the rock where Taz McKella sits in her full dragon form, again taking up most of the room. However, this time on the opposite side of the room, there is a handsome male in his early 20s playing a harp. This apparently was the bard you heard of earlier, Rika. Taz McKella welcomes you in. She says, "Please, please, have a seat." She invites you in, and you guys are all sitting around. She keeps a very close eye on you, Baishra. She doesn't say much.
Okay. How long does she go without saying anything?
Couple minutes, and you get, it's not like you're sitting in complete silence. It's actually quite beautiful, the sound this bard is making. She is looking towards all of you. There's a number of chairs set up there, and she seems to just be enjoying the music, really. A little ways in, monks come in and they start, you smell these like pungent oils, and they start rubbing out, well, they start rubbing one of her legs. They start massaging one of her legs. She makes little groaning sounds. She says, "There's many things that have been stolen from our people. If you would have my vote in this, you would give the Staff of the Woodlands back. It was stolen from my horde nearly 300 years ago."
So you made it?
I did not make it, but I won it in honorable combat.
Baishra replies, "How did you lose it?" In Draconic.
It was stolen from me.
How was it stolen?
While I was away, it was taken from my horde. It was another 100 years before I even knew it was gone. And then I saw it out in the world.
And clearly you did not miss it.
Well, it is not yours either way.
I earned it in combat, the same as you.
It was mine. There is no question that it was mine. Should never have been taken in the first place. It was taken by one of your lesser race. I want it back.
You used the term "was."
You will not break my words to unmeaning. I'm an ancient creature, and I am correct in this. That staff is mine.
Baishra responds with "was."
Rika looks a little panic-stricken.
We don't know what's being said, right? They're speaking in Draconic.
Yeah, but she looks mad.
She is telling Baistra that this is the staff he wields was once hers, and she is demanding it back.
Oh, shit.
That was her staff?
She says in common, "It is my staff."
Rika makes like a little yelp as she clams up and makes herself small.
It's hard not to be intimidated by a creature this large, but she's also like laying down on her front hands. They're working on her back leg out to the side. She's in a very unintimidating position, but still, just the fact that her head is like 10 times your size. It's
Well, how about a barter then?
Yes, I have the barter and I've laid it out for him. You will give me the staff, or you will not have my vote.
No, that's not what I mean. I mean, in the hypothetical scenario of him returning the staff, is there something for which you would be willing to trade it once you have it in your possession?
I do, my vote. That is what I intend to trade for it. And that's being incredibly graceful of me. This is mine. If I were to call down this issue to the council, this would be returned to me, and there is nothing any of you could do about it.
I don't think you're understanding my question. Like I'm presuming like that.
So I'm a fool?
No.
You come into my room and call me a fool?
Actually, yes. At this point, you're displaying that quite obtusely.
The bard begins to play a jaunty little, like, upbeat tune as he walks around on a lute.
So determined to hear what you think you're hearing instead of listening to what I'm actually saying that you're not paying attention to the scenario that I'm trying to describe. So,
Describe yourself then, better.
I am saying, imagine for an instance that you get the staff back and we get the vote. That is done. Pretend that for a moment, I'm not saying it is, it's not my choice to make, but presume for a moment that transaction is completed. You now have the staff in your possession once again. At that time, is there something for which you would be willing to trade it or allow it to be purchased from you?
If you get the votes on the council, we will do our best to be helpful. We, of course, will be working with you more closely. There are a number of benefits that can come as such. Yes, to that question, I think it would be obvious that there will be boons to having us on your side.
No, that goes without saying. Your help, that's the whole reason we're here. I mean, specifically, might there be something worthwhile to you that we could perchance offer to rent the staff from you for a lifetime? A single lesser lifetime.
She takes a minute to think. Again, this guy's playing this like jaunty tune with a really, really cute melody to it. She says, "It is promised. It has been promised in times of need to another. And that is a promise I cannot fulfill because my item has been stolen. I do not like people making liars of me."
To whom is it promised?
That is none of your concern. Perhaps we could work something out. If you are a group that is facing the group that is facing Tiamat, we could reevaluate our options closer to that battle. But until then, it is promised to another. There's no question.
At that point, Talia will nod and thank her for finally listening to my full proposal and for providing the additional information. And she will be quiet because, again, it's not her choice to make at this point.
The bard is telling... Yeah, it drifts into uncomfortable silence after everybody yells at each other. And the bard starts singing a song about a guy that spends his life, like long life, just many encounters, trying to kill the moon. And he just, has to die alone and unfulfilled.
That was a depressing song, Talia says.
She doesn't offer food or anything like that. She's given you her terms. Doesn't seem like a very hospitable situation.
I'll say at that point, after, the lengthy silences or just, long periods of enjoying the bard's music, I'll say, well, shall we adjourn to discuss this amongst ourselves? We have to prepare for tomorrow, and it's getting late.
Be on with you then, she says.
Have a good evening.
And you guys all, I assume, follow back to the rooms.
Yeah.
Nobody says
Well,
anything else to her? Are you sure?
Nah.
Rika doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. She's probably the most hostile you've seen so far.
Well, when we get back to our rooms, Talia will speak up, and the first question she has will be to Esoteric and say, do you recall, or perhaps know from historical precedents around such councils of dragons, does the vote of which they speak require a unanimous vote or simply a majority?
I know. I think Protanther's automatically giving us a no vote, so. And we don't even get a chance to negotiate with him, so I think we have to get 3 out of 5.
Esoteric found out last night that the Protanther might be swayed with an apology from the High Elves.
Yeah, metallics
Oh,
are...
I forgot to. I would have told that to send that to Bagel Neverember.
Because even if we don't get a chance to meet with Protanther, if that occurs, it may make him more amenable.
I would tell Bagel to try to see if he can reach out to the elves.
Right, this is the third day. You guys have just seen Tasmakella. He responds that night through one of the boys, and he says, the dwarves are still being obstinate, but I believe I can get them before time. Trying to get the elves to apologize for the Draco Mythal is not going to happen. I think Protanther probably knows this, and that's why he didn't ask. As far as the issue with Arthagast Olbrinter, he is looking over the contract. He said that Ramalia will be in touch with you. They have some stipulations specifically for your party. But they seem like they will accept, should you accept their terms.
Okay.
That's excellent news.
Sure.
But we're looking at 2 out of 5 secured so far. We just need one more.
I would turn to Baisha and ask, Why, sure. Do you mind if I borrow your staff for a little bit? I may be able to ascertain if she is telling the truth.
Well, hold on. It may not even be necessary because while Eleuthera, while the information we're given is that Eleuthera normally sides with Protanther, but Rika, that's the name of the guy Kieran mentioned, right? Um, we may have an in there to see about leveraging him to our sway, or sway him to our side from Protanther's automatic decision.
Yeah.
We meet with him tomorrow night, I believe. Yes.
Or we could just like not give Nimmer the platinum mines and all that land. I mean, is it worth the staff?
We need that one regardless.
Okay.
So, Esoteric, do you do anything with the staff?
Asher gives
Well,
it to you, by the way.
okay. Well, yeah, I would attempt to cast Legend Lore on it. Well, it says name or describe a person, place, or object, but I have the object in question. The spell brings to your mind a brief summary of the significant lore about the thing you named. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the dragon actually did own it.
You can find that information fairly quickly, and you find that yes, it was. You also see that it was stolen in the manner that she suggested.
Wait, you can do that? Why don't you do that on my ring?
It corroborates her story. That doesn't necessarily mean she's right, but
Right. I would inform about you. Well, I'm not saying you shouldn't. I'm not telling you what you should be doing. I'm just letting you know that she was telling the truth in case that influences your decision.
I did not doubt her. So, no.
towards the beginning of the fourth day of the council, you get a message from Romalia Haventree, who says, I've talked with my husband. We are willing to make these sacrifices, though they set a dangerous precedent. But we want your word that you will look for Macath the Crimson next. I don't think we should have to convince you of the importance of a fact-finding mission. Fairly short-winded, as she usually is. The rest of the day passes without particular notice. They do bring you out some nicer food, like real human food, not just lettuce. Seems like they're treating you with a little bit more respect than they previously had. But they also bring out huge stacks of meat for the ancient golds here, members of the council, on palanquins made of each individual metal that they bring out 4 at a time. But the rest of the day
Nice.
passes without particular incident. And do you guys do anything special as you're getting ready for Eleuthera?
I would go visit Nymer to inform him that his terms have been accepted with the condition that Macath the Crimson becomes a priority.
I see no issue with that. It was on our short list to begin with. It's one down at least. Hopefully we hear good news of the dwarves soon as well.
Also esoteric during the fourth day. Daggle never remember. Well, actually, it's one of the kids comes up, and he says, strangely, the King Melandrak has promised an apology if you go there next. He's basically saying, like, come here and save my forest, and I will apologize for the Draco Mythal. He says it in a lot of pretty words that he makes this kid recite to you, but that's essentially what he's saying: is I will trade this apology for you guys coming and saving my forest right now. So you guys get to the end of that day. Everybody takes off. You guys get ready for Eleuthera. You head down through the forest in the area surrounding, and you go up through a cave into an opening in the rock. Eleuthera is there. He has a vat of wine near his head, and he winks at you as you come in.
Hello, Eleuthera.
Hello, little one. How are you today?
Doing okay.
You look bright.
Well, thank you. You look shiny.
Why, thank you. Looks over the
You're
lizard.
also big and scary and majestic.
Laughs a little bit as he's looking over by Shura. One of my kin? He kind of nods at you. I have not met a drow in some time that I liked. But makes it all the more nicer meeting you.
Well, technically only half. Not too fond of drow myself.
So I hear. Looks over esoteric. He's like, well, I don't have much experience with hell, but maybe you can tell me of these places. Or not, if you wish. How do I find you all this evening?
I was told by my father that you and him have been acquainted. His name's Kieran. He's a monk.
I've probably known 100 Kirans. Can anything more specific than that? You guys would know kind of where your father grew up. He's talked about it, and the Dale Lands is kind of... the whole thing is being nomadic, so he's based around that area. His family has been nomadic for some time.
Okay, well, I'll just kind of describe his journey.
Eleuthera says, well, I don't remember him specifically, but I remember the people. Yes, they were a colorful people, I believe, being attacked by some sort of snake entities. He must have been a child then. Maybe fighting
I was
age.
adopted in Waterdeep.
Really?
Yep, I was a little doorstep baby. Somebody dropped me off at Kieran's front door.
Well, I'm glad.
all-
If he
and all I had
lived
was
with
this
those
ring.
monks, he has an exceptional fighting style.
Yeah, me and Talia both have trained under him.
Not quite as long for me, but I caught up quick.
As far as I remember, their people are very communal about their upbringing. I'm not surprised that he fell into this role. Imagine having two prodigies in one home.
It's more like half a dozen.
Well, I guess those things tend to happen. Although it does seem like the odds are against it. The universe has a way.
I just put it down to him being a superior teacher is all.
Doesn't hurt.
Doesn't hurt. Anyone can get to this level with enough hard work and the right sensei. At least I'd like to think so.
Well, you have barely lived your 20 years yet. You haven't even touched. But it is so exceptional to watch. You are humans and, well, human-like creatures are beautiful little flames. I'm
Thank
afraid
you.
I must disappoint you in your ambitions, though.
Oh, which one?
Regarding the vote, I will vote with Protanther. However, change his vote and you change mine. I cannot. While I do love the younger races, it is important that the dragons put this threat down. And if that may be even incrementally altered by dealing with humans, then I understand his reasoning, and I find all the more reason for unity.
So why are the dragons so reluctant to work with the lesser races? I mean, aren't we all working towards the same goal of stopping the Rise of Tiamat?
Well, it's over how many planes we stop Tiamat. Your realm is very small in our minds. But important, nonetheless. Every soul, every flame is important. Needed, really. So in this one ambition, I must disappoint you. However, I would love if you would love to stay. We'll watch the night. There should be lights at some point. And he tips a barrel of wine towards his mouth. Kind of sloshes a little bit, but he's pretty actually adept at that. It's on nights like this where it's a little warm. I wish I had a bard.
Oh, well, perhaps you can borrow Baldric from...
Ha! Tazmikella would kill me before she let me. There are a few sins she finds death for metallics, but I think that would be one of them.
Talia will stay and watch the lights with Eleuthera.
Yeah, it's a beautiful night. It's stars perfectly visible. There is a layer of clouds coming in, but it hasn't quite reached you, so you have most of the sky still open. It's pretty cool watching the shadows of dragons fly between you and the stars. It looks like shadows skimming across. He begins humming to himself. So who else might I know of your history? Can't say I've been out to Cholt,
Jolt.
but I wouldn't mind going someday. He says this to Baishra. Cholt. I guess if you were related to Mimi Nisana Popana of Menzo Berenzen. Yes. Talia.
I have no clue who my father is, nor do I wish to, for any more than it would take to slit his throat, at least.
Right. Oh, God. Did you actually keep track of the dead?
Not explicitly. We were in a bit of a rush.
I hear Otari Leocarnos has put in her bid for the claws and teeth. I may have to think back to my hordes as well and see if I can't beat her offer.
I'm sure Brika will have a fun time with that.
It's a little bit off, but you can still see, like I said last time, they direct their flame patterns. They'll do them in shapes so that they accent certain sets of stars. So they'll do like 8 flames in a single area and just leave the section of stars that was there intact for a second in the sky. But it's slightly off from the perspective you're at. You can see kind of what they're going for, but it's really best viewed from the central mesa of this valley. But yeah, the night passes generally amicably. I don't know that you guys have anything else to discuss.
No, I would at some point pull out my spyglass just to get a better view of the sky that I've been enjoying thus far, just to see like what else I can see, but not trying to like see anything in particular. Just trying to get a close-up view and just looking at the night sky in a telescope kind of thing. But yeah, otherwise would turn in at a not too late hour.
Is that pretty much the same for everybody? You do see, as you're headed back esoteric, the Electrum is hanging out up top at night times if you ever want to go talk to him again.
Yeah, I probably would. Not for anything specific though. Just chat.
Yeah, he seems really interested in what's. He basically is saying, "What's your story and why are you here? You're not on the right plane," and he knows it, and he's hinting at it, but he doesn't ever outright ask. Anyway, so the night is passing Morning of the 5th day. You guys have no one to meet in the afternoon. I assume everybody who has been going to the council goes to the council. You guys are getting back in history about almost 1400 years on the 5th day. You're almost to where the last council was before. So it's getting extremely obscure. A lot of it's like dealing with the remains of dead dragons and dealing with their hordes fairly between offspring, if not otherwise stated, and they have all sorts of rules about how people get hordes. And as you get further back, it just gets more and more arcane, not really relevant to anything you're doing. Yeah, does anybody do anything specifically that day?
Talia will knock the rust off, so to speak, from all of this sedentary talk and note-taking, performing her katas and meditations and stretches and just calisthenics and various things to get her blood flowing. She's been not used to being still for so long.
Sure. Would you ever work out with one of the boys? Yeshua would probably ask. I mean, you would kick the ever-loving beef out of him, but...
Oh, she would probably, yeah. I mean, anyone that's willing to, she would, just because it'd be...
Right. You know how to play with people who aren't on your level.
Yeah. Even if it just... So, to ease the boredom of just doing rote exercises, so...
Yeah, Rika would hang out with Talia and play around.
Esoteric gets a message from Ramalia asking if her terms have been accepted. Their terms have been accepted. He already sent the contract over. All she wants to know is your response to her before they sign it.
Oh. Well, I guess.
Do you tell her you're going to Macat the Crimson next?
I mean, I'll say, it is among our priorities, but we may have a more pressing fire to put out first.
She says that is not the deal. Yeah, you guys have a free night on the 5th night. Oh, one of the boys comes up to Esoteric at some point. Actually, he might just tell Talia. Lord Neverember says the dwarves have learned a new phrase. Rising tide lifts all boats. They will return any silver armor, any armor made from silver dragons, more specifically, and offer an apology.
Talia whoops in excitement.
Okay. Does anybody do anything the 5th night?
What's on the agenda for the 5th night?
There's not an agenda for the 5th night.
We're supposed to go talk to Protanther?
No, he didn't want to talk to us. He said
Okay.
the 5th night was free because he wasn't going to bother talking to us.
You see him off flying. He's even at a distance, noticeably large. larger than
So we
everything
need-
else.
What's our Hail Mary gonna be?
We've got 2 of 5 confirmed, and what was the response about regarding the elves? Lord Daggert said that it was essentially probably not going to happen, which is why Pretender didn't even ask, etc. But was there something
Oh,
else?
yeah. King Melandrak said if you would come to their forest next, he would offer an apology for the Draco Methal in writing. He's not coming to, like, bow to Protanther, but he will offer that.
Okay, so we would have to.
If you go do that next, yeah.
Right, we'd
Or-
have to prioritize that over Maladrak's, or
But then
Yeah.
it's only,
that would be.
do you want
2
to tell him that? It's not necessarily you are going to do that.
Gotcha. Well, it may be worth trying to arrange a meeting with Pretender just to mention that. Even if he didn't want to meet with us beforehand. Is there a way we could send a message to, I mean, I see he's offline, but like, does he have attendants to whom we could pose a request that would check in with him, or that he would check in with?
The monks are, like, lining up to send a message to Protanther. They heard you talking about it nearby, and they're like 3 of them waiting. Did you need something sent? I can do that for you, or I could do it. Yeah, either way.
Oh, point test can say he's probably better to word it than my mouthy self. I'm liable to piss the old worm off, even with the potentially good news.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think we should. We make our decision now. Are we committing to pursuing Macath, or are we actually going to go aid the elves? I don't think we should lie to a dragon.
We're not going to lie to the dragon.
I mean, the apology is only going to be issued if we actually go provide aid.
Right, we can do that one though. That's what I'm saying. Is we're going to get 2 votes from this one and 1 from the from Otari.
So then we are choosing to go aid the elves afterwards. That's why I didn't want to commit to Amelia. Okay, so I'd say to the one guy, say, Protanther, we bid a short audience. We have a offer that may pique his interest.
Do you send this to him yourself, or do you tell
Oh,
these
I guess I
people
could
that
do
are
that.
waiting?
Yeah, I'll do it myself.
They walk away all disappointed. Like, fuck.
So, Protanther, we have reached out to contacts, and we have an offer that may pique your interest. If you would hear us out for a few minutes.
I told you you were wasting your time, but I will land. And about 5 minutes later, you hear the thuds of a dragon landing above you.
Protanther, I've come to bargain.
You come up, you're in your bargaining shoes, shooting finger guns.
I've cut to the chase. We've reached out to the elves, King Melandrak, and he would be willing to issue an apology for crimes committed against your person.
Specifically for the Draco Rage.
Yeah, I
event.
would say. I would be as specific as possible.
Yeah, if you were specific about that, he would understand. He would just nod his head.
In an effort to perhaps garner your vote.
I had not expected this. It's been some time. Can only imagine some selfish reason of his own. He's finally decided to apologize. I must think. And he flies off.
Well, it's out of our hands now.
I'll say I'm sure Nymar will be disappointed, but Ramaya will most likely be glad to keep their platinum mine. We probably should clarify that, so we don't piss him off by like backing out after he's already voted for it, because that would go over poorly.
Yeah, then we should.
Well, it's
Here's
not
the
really
thing,
even our
man.
fault. We just tell him it's like they added an addendum that we can't agree to.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, I would attempt to contact Nymer, and I'll say, yeah, they have added an addendum that cannot be met and fulfilled at this time.
Letting him down gently. He again doesn't take a whole lot of interest in what's going on with you. Okay. That's all. That's his whole response to you saying it's not going to work out. You guys wake up the morning of the 6th day. And you come out to find all the dragons looking a little more attentive today than they had previously. They realize that there's a vote happening that has some importance, at least. It's not just clerical kind of nonsense that they deal with a lot. Notari Leocarnos gives you a smile as you come in, and she like flicks a little bit of a dirty look at Rika. It's like a half a second, you're not even sure if you saw it, but Rika, you're like stunned by the look she gives you, or you thought that she was giving you. But you come up and Protanther's standing in his majesty to the east as the sun rises behind him. And he says, I cannot pretend there's any choice in what we do now. We attack. And we attack until Tiamat is permanently locked away. Any follower of Paladine must abide by this law. The matter of humans looks down at you all. In this matter, I say we have not had enough time. We will take another 7 days to decide. And the rest of the dragons look to each other. And you look back and you see Otari looks a little off-put by the information.
Talia's mouth is just agape in surprise. She's not like complaining or being loud or anything. She's just
Let us get on with the list of grievances then. The Electrum is like a little bit confused. It's like, okay. The next case is brings forth something else.
I mean, Talia's in shock and she's afraid she's going to make things worse if she does. She'll probably just look around, but first to Rika and then to Esoteric, and like with questioning eyes.
They gave us a week. Perhaps we should set off for the elves now to ensure that apology is issued.
Fine by me. I was getting tired sitting around here anyway.
I mean, the dragons are gonna do what the fuck they want to do anyway. You can't do shit about it.
Then yeah, you guys are, I guess, packing up.
Yeah.
We're not going to leave without saying anything, but we'll say we'll return before the 7 days is up or something to that effect, and thank them for their hospitality.
Yeah, they all bow. They, lower their head a little bit. And say it was. Protester says it was good to meet you. We hopefully will be working together soon. How do you guys travel? Baishra hunted there with Della and Winterhound as you guys passed, going down to the Serpent Hills.
That's
That's
right.
where the wolf stuff was.
That's where the wolf stuff was.
All right, cool. Yeah, let's fucking go.
Okay.
It takes, weirdly enough, it takes a couple tries. You remember trees that were there, and just nothing opens up. It doesn't make any sense. No, it doesn't consume the spell when you do this. It's just not there. You can see that it's not there. There's nothing. There's no sort of magic that could connect it because it's nothing. And you eventually, 3 or 4 tries in, you get a tree. I guess everybody jumps through.
Yep.
Everybody jumps through. And you realize why the tree may not have been there was this huge expanse of burned down forest. Not too far out from where you're at. You seem to be on the edge of it, or the edge of where it was.
Beauty and the Beast.